It is over.
You have not seen what I've seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not seen what I have seen.
Darkness will march over the face of the earth. It will be the end, not just of our people, but all peoples.
I am sorry, but their time has come.
The past is with us all. The past is dead. We either move forward or we die with it.
This could be the beginning of a new era.
I must wander this wandering day.
Hey.
Intruder! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I have pointy ones too.
Look.
Who are you? How did you get a ring?
My name is John Stewart, and if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. What the hell?
At last, I found you.
John Stewart of Earth.
What?
You possess singular will. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps.
After years of bloody war, the Owen security net was disabled. Hal Jordan and millions of Thanagarians died that day. They will pay.
Well, she's fun.
Sinestro thrives on chaos and death.
Get ready for a fight. Annihilate them.
I've been up against that kind of barrier my whole life. It hasn't stopped me yet.
Coordinates set.
Let's go?
Behind you!
Did he just catch a rocket?
He got a rocket.
The new trailer for Black Adam is here, and it sets up a tragic backstory for the DC antihero, as well as the first big screen iteration of the Justice Society of America. So let's dive right in. Welcome to IGN's Rewind Theater. The trailer opens on a peaceful snowy mountain range and a large futuristic black ship flies over. We hear DC's premier sorcerer, Dr. Fate, ask Black Adam a crucial question about his character.
What have your powers ever given to you?
We see Black Adam within the ship being suspended in a cryogenic chamber. This scene likely comes early in the story when Black Adam first awakens in modern times, and he's recovered by this militaristic group. Things are gonna be rough for this tragic DC antihero, and so we hear Dr. Fate answer the posed question.
Nothing but heartache.
So what kind of heartbreak has he suffered? Well, we get a glimpse of that here as we see him in Kahndaq, the fictional nation of his birth. And if the comics lore is to be followed, this would be 5,000 years in the past.
I was a slave until I died. Then I was reborn a god.
This is an interesting reveal as it tells us the movie is taking directly from the modern New 52 era of the character, where he was a slave in ancient times bestowed with the power of the wizard Shazam. That's right, Black Adam is the champion only briefly hinted at during the Shazam movie, the one who messed things up by using his powers for revenge. Expanding more on his tragic backstory, the trailer shows how Adam's son sacrificed himself to save his father's life. It seems like this could be a reworking of the Black Adam lore introduced in the Shazam backups featured in the New 52 Justice League series. In that story, Adam's nephew Aman is given the powers of Shazam and shares them to save Adam's life. But when Aman doesn't want to use his newfound strength to kill those who murdered their family, Adam takes the power for himself, killing Aman and saving Kahndaq. However close they stick to that dark backstory, this familial tragedy will likely be a key part of the movie and an ongoing thread for what drives Adam and his choices, both good and bad. But one thing is clear, Adam plans to use his newfound power to make sure he never suffer under someone else's boot again.
Now, I kneel before no one.
The trailer isn't all doom and gloom, though, as we see the Justice Society of America members in action. Hawkman, Atom Smasher, and Dr. Fate. Fate's magic powers have a cool fractal design that kind of reminds us of the Mirror Dimension from a certain other Magical Doctor movie. And we don't see her in the flesh per se, but the fourth JSA member, Cyclone, can be glimpsed using her wind powers to fly down to the city below. We get a glimpse of some villainous goons in a high-speed chase, but who exactly the main villain of this movie is remains a mystery. But whoever it is, it's likely Adam will begin as an antagonist who becomes an unlikely ally to the JSA, just like in the comics. However, not all the members are happy about the situation, especially Hawkman.
Heroes don't kill people. Well, I do.
No, wait a second. Heroes don't kill people? Hawkman must be mistaken. This is the DCEU. Yeah, Black Adam will fit in here just fine. The film is diving face first into the moral gray area that Black Adam operates in, and which side ultimately prevails will be the crux of the film.
You have two choices. You can be the destroyer of this world, or you can be its savior.
Finally, the trailer ends with a final show of power by Black Adam, who catches a rocket in front of two very confused and impressed witnesses in a minivan. Who was shooting it at him? Well, that's the big question we're left with after this trailer. Could it be that the only antagonist is Black Adam? Unlikely, as there's a threat so great that Dr. Fate is putting together the JSA in the first place. So what threat could that be? We'll have to wait and see as we get closer to the long-awaited release of Black Adam. Thanks for watching. That's everything we found in the trailer for Black Adam. Let us know what you spotted in the comments. And be sure to check out some of our other videos, like our reviews of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ms. Marvel, right here on IGN.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah?
This is 476 Barbary, right?
Yeah, I'm renting this place.
No, I booked it a month ago.
Are you sure you have the right place?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
Why don't you come inside, and we'll call these idiots. Why don't you just crash here?
Oh, no.
I don't know if you got a great look at this neighborhood, but I don't think you should be out there by yourself. It's dry and there's a lock on the door. By the way, I'm Keith.
Tess.
You take the bedroom, and I'll sleep out here on the couch.
Keith?
This process might seem overwhelming, but with a little practice, it can soon become a pleasurable experience. This is perfectly natural.
Of all the times we talked of honesty, fairness, justice, a lot of those times I counted on you to have the courage to take those dreams out into the world.
I can't live your dreams anymore. I want a life of my own.
You've been given a gift, Peter. With great power comes great responsibility. Take my hand, son.
Okay. It has some Krabby Patty relish on it. Sorry about that. No, Uncle Ben. I'm just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man. No more. No more. It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
You underestimate my power!
Don't try it!
Ow!
What the? And that's why we don't play in lava.
Ow! Hey!
You were the chosen one! It was said you would destroy the Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Here.
I hate you! What?
You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Can I have your extra shoes? And your extra gloves? Look, Simba. Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Wow!
A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun. One day, Simba, the sun will set on my time here. And will rise with you as the new king.
This'll all be mine?
Everything.
Everything the light touches? What about that shadowy place?
That's beyond our borders. You must never go there,
But
Simba.
I thought a king can do whatever he wants.
There's more to being a king than getting your way all the time.
There's more?
Simba, everything you see exists together in a delicate balance. As king, you need to understand that balance and respect all the creatures, from the crawling ant to the leaping antelope.
But Dad, don't we eat the antelope?
Yes, Simba, but let me explain. When we die, our bodies become the grass, and the antelope eat the grass, And so we are all connected in the great square of life.
Do you remember the Shire, Mr. Frodo? It'll be spring soon. And the orchards will be in blossom. And the birds will be nesting in the hazel thicket. And they'll be sowing the summer barley in the lower fields. And eating the first of the strawberries with cream. Do you remember the taste of strawberries?
No, Sam. I can't recall the taste of food. Nor the sound of water. Nor the touch of grass. I'm naked in the dark. With nothing. No veil between me and the wheel of fire. I can see him with my waking eyes.
Well, then let us be rid of it! Once and for all! Come on, Mr. Frodo! I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you!
Hey, could you... Careful! Hey!
Oh! Don't pull!
Great. Could you go a little faster?
Oh,
come on, pick it up, Sam. Pick it up. Pick up the pace.
No, stop farting! Eric? What are you doing here?
Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer?
Don't give up on them, Eric!
What would you have me do, Charles? I've heard these arguments before.
That was a long time ago. Mankind has evolved since then.
Yes, into us. Ow! Are you sneaking around in here, Patrick? Whatever are you looking for? Well, there's a lot of room to roam around in there.
I'm looking for hope.
I will bring you hope, my friend. And I ask only one thing in return. Don't get in my way. We are the future, Charles, not them. They no longer matter.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes, Simba, and they're delicious, but let me explain. Shh, don't tell Morrissey. Sam, I'm dying. And you're talking about barley and strawberries, you moron! Sorry. How did you get out? Why aren't you on the Enterprise? Shouldn't you be on the Enterprise?
Oh my god, we suck at this game.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Moonfang. Marvel.
Moonfang. Marvel.
Oh my god, we suck at this game.
Marvel.
Marvel Comics. Really? Black Sabbath? I just know the band. All right, okay, right. Damn. Oh, God, yeah, right. Yeah. Vampire. No, Bram Stoker had a Dracula first. Marvel can't claim that, man. Listen, they've got a lot, don't get me wrong, but you can't have Dracula. No chance.
Marvel.
It's a movie.
That has to be a movie.
I wish I was in that pitch meeting. Hell Cow. I mean, that's gotta be a movie.
I'm gonna go, I don't know why I keep going for Marvel.
It must have been in the 70s when they were smoking a little too much weed.
Then you could get that guy a TV show. Marvel.
Movie.
Poor miserable bastards.
Oh, Baron Blood. Movie.
That sounds marvelous.
Oh, gee. Oh, Jesus Christ. Marvel. I don't know.
It's a Marvel character.
Oh, come on. Well, Blade to me is a vampire, obviously, and of a vampire, well, but he's a Marvel character.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. This is you, Captain? Our mission. To chart the stars. Push the boundaries of what is known. And what is possible.
I'm standing on the surface of a comet.
I love this job.
These people, this crew, I believe we can do anything.
You wanted to seek out new life. Go where the aliens are.
Your presence is blasphemy.
Let's talk about this. Find some
I think that went well.
Perhaps we should kiss.
That seems logical.
Maybe we don't touch anything else. Just a suggestion.
The whole future hangs in the balance.
No one can know the future. One can only follow one's instincts.
You're the best of Starfleet. Our ability to work together, that's our greatest strength. Let's show them what you got.
There's a primal urge in all of us to explore.
Some say private citizens have no business in space exploration. I emphatically disagree.
We have a historic opportunity.
The first mission to Mars.
NASA's joining Helios and the Soviets.
A three-way race to Mars.
We're not going to come in second place again to anyone.
We're talking about discovering life on another planet. It'll change our concept of who we are, where we're going.
Black holes.
The massive dust storm has obscured both landing sites. Years, even decades of planning comes down to this moment.
We're landing blind. Brace for impact.
Being first is what it's all about.
This is the resource that can support large-scale human colonization.
You want to tell us where the water is?
The survival of my crew depends on it.
When united behind a common goal, there is nothing we cannot achieve.
It's only the beginning.
Not every big-budget DC series is heading to HBO Max in 2022. We've just gotten a closer look at Netflix's ambitious and extremely expensive adaptation of The Sandman. The series' first trailer showcases many of the key heroes and villains who will shape the story in Season 1. But don't worry if you can't tell dream from desire. Let's break down all the familiar faces in this new footage so you're ready for The Sandman when it drops in August of 2022. The trailer opens with several shots of Tom Sturridge's Morpheus, the main protagonist of the series, and the titular Sandman himself. Morpheus is also known as Dream, one of the 7 immortal beings known as the Endless. Morpheus rules over a realm called the Dreaming, which is shaped by the dreams of mortals. While executive producer Neil Gaiman has hinted the series isn't exactly a one-to-one adaptation of the comics, it definitely looks as though Season 1 will follow the events of the first Sandman graphic novel, Preludes and Nocturnes. We can see Morpheus being summoned and imprisoned by a group of cultists led by Charles Dance's character Roderick Burgess. Though Morpheus eventually escapes, his decades of confinement leave his realm in ruins and cause a strange series of events all across the world. Here we see Vivian Achimpong's Lucien, Morpheus's personal librarian, informing her master of the destruction that has befallen the Dreaming. We may or may not meet all of Dreams' 6 siblings over the course of Season 1, but we do see 2 of them in the trailer. Kirby Howell-Baptiste plays Death, Morpheus' older sister. She's surprisingly chipper for a being who's existed as long as life itself. This is Mason Alexander Park as Desire, the embodiment of lust. Desire's form changes to suit the beholder. They've been scheming against their brother for eons, and they're only too happy to take advantage of the chaos in the Dreaming. While the Sandman comics feature a number of iconic DC heroes and villains in guest roles, we don't know how many of those characters are available to Netflix. However, the trailer does feature 2 characters with important ties to the wider DC universe. This scene shows Jenna Coleman's Johanna Constantine speaking with a character named Mad Hetty. In the comics, Johanna is a distant ancestor of John Constantine and has a run-in with Dream during the French Revolution. But it seems the Netflix series will also feature Johanna in the present day, though we're not sure if Coleman is playing 2 different characters or if Johanna is immortal. Hetty definitely is immortal, though. She's managed to stay alive for centuries by literally hiding her heart from death. Maybe Johanna has picked up a few tricks from her. The other important DCU character here is David Thewlis's John Dee. In the comics, Dee was a supervillain named Dr. Destiny, one who battled the Justice League using a device that could turn dreams into reality. You might recognize this character from the Arrowverse, where he was played by Jeremy Davies in the 2018 crossover Elseworlds. The Sandman retconned Dee's backstory and revealed that he acquired his dream manipulation power after coming into possession of Morpheus's mystical ruby amulet. Dee is one of the central villains of the first Sandman story arc, and he looks to be filling a similar role here. The trailer also shows another important villain in Boyd Holbrook's character, the Corinthian. Created by Morpheus himself, the Corinthian is a living nightmare with extra mouths where his eyes should be. He's an accomplished serial killer who runs amok in the many years Morpheus is imprisoned on Earth, and cleaning up the Corinthian's mess is one of our hero's first missions after regaining his freedom. Finally, we come to Matthew the Raven, formerly a mortal human named Matthew Cable, yes, the same Matthew Cable who appeared in the short-lived Swamp Thing series. He serves as Morpheus's familiar and assistant in the Dreaming. This version of Matthew is voiced by none other than Patton Oswalt. One major character is conspicuously absent in this trailer. We don't see Gwendolyn Christie's Lucifer Morningstar anywhere, despite this fallen angel playing a big role in the early part of the series. Christie is technically playing the same character featured in the Lucifer TV series, just at an earlier point before Lucifer abdicates the throne of hell and moves to Los Angeles. For more on Sandman, be sure to subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch.
I am the King of Dreams, ruler of the Nightmare Realm.
He's coming, isn't he? Yeah. Morpheus, the Aneromancer. You know, the Sandman. He's a fairy story, Hetty.
San Diego Comic-Con. The biggest celebration of pop culture entertainment of the year is back. And today, IGN's Comic-Con live show coverage is absolutely jam-packed.
It'll melt your mind.
The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, The Walking Dead, The Callisto Protocol, Shazam 2.
Why is it so dark?
Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, Picard, Sandman, the DC Universe, and Marvel's star-studded panel revealing the future of the MCU, and so much more. It's the wildest, craziest, and hypest Comic-Con live show in the universe where anything can and will happen.
I love this show.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con starts right now.
Welcome to day 2 of IGN Live from San Diego Comic-Con. I'm Nars.
And I'm Damon Hatfield. We have a ton of cool stuff lined up. But first, just a friendly reminder that you can find IGN basically everywhere. IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, the IGN One app on smart TVs, and even as a special insert in select issues of Highlights for Children.
But first, it's time for a balcony check-in with Max and Brian. Hey friends, what's up guys? What are you doing?
I love balcony chicken. Balconies are the perfect place for a delicious chicken dinner. Sun in the sky, wind in your face, and a delicious chicken in your mouth.
I'm pretty sure she said balcony check-in, not balcony chicken. We don't have any chicken out here.
I was promised chicken, Max.
You know, I'll see what we can do. But coming up, we're talking to the cast of Netflix's Sandman series, and later on, Shazam, the superhero, not the music recognition app. And at the end of the day, it's the big Marvel panel where they're probably going to announce 27 new movies, 108 Disney Plus originals, and probably some sort of theme park attraction and snack food. And that is just a rough ballpark guesstimate.
Ooh, snack food like chicken. Honestly, you're not wrong. Marvel's massive MCU panel coming back to Comic-Con is going to be jam-packed with news.
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, and a whole lot of chairs to seat them all. From the upcoming Prime Video original series, The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, please welcome Charles Edwards, Cynthia Addai-Robinson, Emma Horvath, Ismael Cruz Cordova, Daniel Wayman, Maxim Baldry, Rob Arameo, Tristan Gravel, Megan Richards, Sarah Swangobani, and Owain Arthur. Hey guys! So I would love to open up with a question for the whole cast. So working on this show is really special because you're working on something that's already, so beloved, but you're given the freedom to kind of expand the lore and make it your own. So what's something special that each of you is excited that you're bringing to the show?
I think because it is set very firmly and clearly in the second age as opposed to the third age, which we're all very familiar with through the Peter Jackson movies. So other than taking totally new inspiration from new characters, we're in a totally different time zone. So that gives us an added freedom and freshness.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we've gotten to see some of the sets and how detailed and elaborate they are. Did anyone have a particular location that you got to shoot at that you were like, oh my gosh, what am I doing right now?
Absolutely. A few of us had the chance to go to South Island and be the location that we were going to go, that we went, we had to be helied up there. And I don't think any crew had ever shot up there. And it was truly, it was like being in heaven. It was beyond CGI. It was just paradise. And we were all floored. Cynthia was there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had amazing locations, but we also have incredible sets. And I might be slightly biased, but our Numenor set. Sorry, guys, this is pretty bad. It's a pretty amazing set. And just, I know, it's just the artistry, the craftsmanship, and a whole lot of love. But yeah, everything is beautiful in the show. I mean, what can we say?
Yeah, and did anyone take anything from the set?
Really? Really wanted to?
No.
Not yet.
No.
Come on, cut that out.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and a few of us, like myself, who were lucky enough to be at the Hall H panel, we got to see all these exclusive clips. And one of them, we got to see Elrond and Durin in what I think is some kind of friendly competition. And we have seen a dwarf and elf put aside their differences before. So Rob and Owain, can you tell us what's happening there, or the relationship between your two characters?
Well, you're meeting us both after quite a big gap in a dwarf's life. Not so much for an elf, being immortal and all that. But we have history, and we kind of have an instant clash at the first meet, shall we say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, it's friendly on my side. I don't really know what he's on about.
Yeah. The dwarves have a tendency to have a temper, let's say.
In addition to, elves and dwarves, we also have Harfoots. And again, at the Hall H panel, Sarah, you said something really interesting that I kind of held on to, that your character Marigold is kind of trying to, preserve the joyous way of Harfoot life. So can you guys tell us, where we find the Harfoots when we pick up this show?
So they're living a way of life that they've lived for generations. They're migratory, they're nomads. They take their belongings with them, moving from place to place in order to stay hidden and stay safe from the rest of the world. And that's what they're doing at the start of the show. I have a very inquisitive daughter, Markella Kavanagh, who plays Nori, and that's Megan here, who plays Poppy, her best friend. The two of them start disrupting our way of life, basically. Very, very hard.
Not from me.
Well, actually,
it's completely Nori's fault. But no, Poppy has such a love for her friend that she goes with her out of just support and love and needing to be by her side. Yeah, so that's where they are at the beginning.
Yeah.
Mm.
And speaking of Poppy and Nori, we saw them in one of those exclusive clips. We saw them finding what I think is the Stranger, which is a very mysterious character. So Daniel, I know it's supposed to be a mystery, but what can you tell us about your character?
I just think he comes from a place of this. He's got this deep source of purpose. He knows he's got to do something. He has to fulfill it. And what we're going to see is how he goes about doing that and how that begins to impact on the rest of the communities that he comes up against. So I think it should be exciting. I'm so excited for it's only 30 days until we can start to really talk about it. So if the time goes fast, we can really get into it. Maybe I come back, we can chat again.
I know that next Comic-Con, we'll talk about it, yeah. And kind of to broaden the scope a little bit, to talk back about the making of this. So everyone has such amazing costumes, whether it's robes or armor. So is there anyone here who has a particularly interesting costume?
Me.
Yeah?
Actually, I'm one of my favorite costumes is, Cynthia has the best wardrobe, really. Like when
you have
Miriam.
some pretty nice frocks.
It's the most incredible.
Armor's amazing when you're
awesome.
Yes. Well, Kate Hawley, who is the visionary and designed all of these amazing looks, I spent a lot of time in that department, and really you have shoe cobblers, you have embroiderers, you have fabric dyers, jewelry makers. So the attention to detail on everything's incredible. But I was in that costume department regularly. But what was also fun for me is just to see how the different worlds, the costumes are really, of their environment and are really reflective of, what their particular world represents. So, my queenly, beautiful outfits are really spectacular, but so are the ones that are, seemingly more humble, but still have that same amount of love and attention to detail as well.
Yeah.
And comfort. There are various levels of comfort with costumes and prosthetics and makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in a very
privileged.
You're in your dressing gown. He's in his pajamas. I'm pretty much wearing Khazad-dûm on my chest.
Well, Owen, do you think you had the longest makeup process of anyone?
I know I do, yeah. I can't speak for the orcs, but it's 3 hours at the beginning and 45 to de-rig. So, by the time I go on set, I've already done the morning's work.
Yeah.
I shouldn't complain, but I will.
But to expand on that, we meet the dwarves at a time when Moria is kind of in its prime. So what kind of different facets of dwarf life will we be able to see in the show?
Well, you'll see us in, it's booming down in Khazad-dûm. It's rocking, I should say. It's a lot, it's at its height. And we're digging and we're digging and we're digging. That's all I'll say.
Oh, that was good.
I'll take that. And before we go, we asked fans to send us questions. So I'm going to pose one to one of you guys. For the people playing elves, how did you try to embody that kind of sense of, agelessness and wisdom?
I think a lot of that comes from actually once you get your costume. Because we're talking about weight and the comfort of costumes. Mine was comfortable but heavy. And that makes you move in a certain way. And we had a lot of voice work and movement work to try and embody what you've just asked me about in the way we move around the place. And you find if you've got a big cloak behind you, you glide.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah.
A bit of gliding is always...
You kind of find in real life, for me to find in real life, examples, something that could ground you a little bit more. In the research, found these beautiful portraits of Native American chiefs, which I felt for me like were the closest to elvenness that we have in human form, and that kind of thousand eye stare and their personal philosophy was something very beautiful that helped me ground myself in my sylvan elvenness.
Yes. Well, I can't wait to see it all on screen. Thank you all so much. Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power premieres September 2nd, but believe it or not, The Rings of Power is so big that we've got even more stars from the show right here on IGN Live at Comic-Con right after this break.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lewanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, and a whole lot of chairs to seat them all. From the upcoming Prime Video original series, The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, please welcome Charles Edwards, Cynthia Adai-Robinson, Emma Horvath, Ismael Cruz-Cordova, Daniel Wayman, Maxim Baldry, Rob Arameo, Tristan Gravel, Megan Richards, Sarah Swangobani, and Owain Arthur. Hey, guys. Yes. So I would love to open up with a question for the whole cast. So working on this show is really special because you're working on something that's already, so beloved, but you're given the freedom to kind of expand the lore and make it your own. So what's something special that each of you is excited that you're bringing to the show?
I think because it is set very firmly and clearly in the second age as opposed to the third age, which we're all very familiar with through the Peter Jackson movies. So other than taking totally new inspiration from new characters, we're in a totally different time zone. So that gives us an added freedom and freshness.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we've gotten to see some of the sets and how detailed and elaborate they are. Did anyone have a particular location that you got to shoot at that you were like, oh my gosh, what am I doing right now?
Absolutely. A few of us had the chance to go to South Island and be the location that we were going to go, that we went, we had to be helied up there. And I don't think any crew had ever ever shot up there, and it was truly, it was like being in heaven. It was beyond CGI. It was just paradise, and we were all floored. Cynthia was there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had amazing locations, but we also have incredible sets, and I might be slightly biased, but our Numenor set. Sorry, guys, this is pretty bad. It's a pretty amazing set. And just, I know, it's just the artistry, the craftsmanship, and a whole lot of love. But yeah, everything is beautiful in the show. I mean, you know, what can we say?
Yeah, and did anyone, be honest, did anyone take anything from the set?
Really? Really wanted to?
No.
Not yet.
No.
Come on, cut that out.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and a few of us, like myself, who were lucky enough to be at the Hall H panel, we got to see all these exclusive clips. And one of them, we got to see Elrond and Durin in what I think is some kind of friendly competition. And we have seen a dwarf and elf put aside their differences before. So Rob and Owain, can you tell us what's happening there, or the relationship between your two characters?
Well, it's you're meeting us both after quite a big gap in a dwarf's life. Not so much for an elf, you know, being immortal and all that, but yeah, we have history, and we kind of have an instant clash at the first meet, shall we say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, it's friendly on my side. I don't really know what he's on about.
Yeah. The dwarves have a tendency to have a temper, let's say.
Half elf as well, though, man.
Pardon?
Half elf.
And half elf, yeah.
Clearly everything's friendly.
Yes. I love you, Rob.
You know, in addition to, you know, elves and dwarves, we also have Harfoots. And again, at the Hall H panel, Sarah, you said something really interesting that I kind of held on to, that your character Marigold is kind of trying to, you know, preserve the joyous way of Harfoot life. So can you guys tell us, you know, where we find the Harfoots when we pick up this show?
So they're living a way of life that they've lived for generations. They're migratory, they're nomads. They take their belongings with them, moving from place to place in order to stay hidden and stay safe from the rest of the world. And that's what they're doing at the start of the show. I have a very inquisitive daughter, Markella Kavanagh, who plays Nori, and that's Megan here, who plays Poppy, her best friend. The two of them start disrupting our way of life. Basically, very, very hard.
Not from me.
Well, actually,
it's completely Nori's fault. But no, Poppy has such a love for her friend that she goes with her out of just support and love and needing to be by her side. Yeah, so that's where they are at the beginning.
Yeah.
And speaking of Poppy and Nori, we saw them in one of those exclusive clips. We saw them finding what I think is the Stranger, which is a very mysterious character. So Daniel, I know it's supposed to be a mystery, but what can you tell us about your character?
I just think, you know, he comes from a place of this. He's got this deep source of purpose. He knows he's got to do something. He has to fulfill it, and what we're going to see is how he goes about doing that and how that begins to impact on the rest of the communities that he comes up against. So I think it should be exciting. I'm so excited for it's only 30 days until we can start to really talk about it. So if the time goes fast, we can really get into it. Maybe I come back, we can chat again.
I know that next Comic-Con, we'll talk about it, yeah. And kind of to broaden the scope a little bit, to talk back about the making of this. So everyone has such amazing costumes, whether it's robes or armor. So is there anyone here who has a particularly interesting costume?
Me.
Yeah?
Actually, I'm one of my favorite costumes is, Cynthia has the best wardrobe, really. Like Queen
You have
Miriam.
some pretty nice frocks.
It's the most incredible.
Your armor's amazing when you're awesome.
Yes. Well,
definitely.
Kate Hawley, who is the visionary and designed all of these amazing looks, I spent a lot of time in that department, and really you have shoe cobblers, you have embroiderers, you have fabric dyers, jewelry makers. So the attention to detail on everything's incredible. But I was in that costume department regularly. But what was also fun for me is just to see how the different worlds, the costumes are really, of their environment and are really reflective of, what their particular world represents. So, my queenly, beautiful outfits are really spectacular, but so are the ones that are, seemingly more humble but still have that same amount of love and attention to detail as well.
Yeah.
And comfort. There are various levels of comfort with costumes and prosthetics and makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in a very
privileged.
I mean, you're in your dressing gown. He's in his pajamas. I'm pretty much wearing Khazad Doom on my chest.
Well, Owen, do you think you had like the longest makeup process of anyone?
I know I do, yeah. I mean, I can't speak for the orcs, but yeah, it's 3 hours at the beginning and 45 to de-rig. So, you know, by the time I go on set, I've already done the morning's work.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't complain, but I will.
But to expand on that, you know, we meet the dwarves at a time when Moria is kind of like in its prime. So what kind of different facets of dwarf life will we be able to see in the show?
Well, you'll see us in, I mean, it's booming down in Khazad Doom. It's rocking, I should say. It's a lot, it's at its height. And we're digging and we're digging and we're digging. That's all I'll say.
Oh, that was good. I'll take that. And before we go, we asked fans to send us questions. So I'm going to pose one to one of you guys. For the people playing elves, how did you try to embody that kind of sense of, you know, agelessness and wisdom?
I think a lot of that comes from actually once you get your costume. Because we're talking about weight and the comfort of costumes. Mine was comfortable but heavy. And that makes you move in a certain way. And we had a lot of voice work and movement work to try and embody what you've just asked me about in the way we move around the place. And you find if you've got a big cloak behind you, you glide.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah.
A bit of gliding is always.
You kind of find in real life, I mean, for me to find in real life, examples, something that could ground you a little bit more. In the research, found these beautiful portraits of Native American chiefs, which I felt for me like were the closest to elvenness that we have in a human form, and that kind of thousand eye stare and their personal philosophy was something very beautiful that helped me ground myself in my sylvan elvenness.
Yes. Well, I can't wait to see it all on screen. Thank you all so much. Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power premieres September 2nd, but believe it or not, The Rings of Power is so big that we've got even more stars from the show right here on IGN Live at Comic-Con right after this break.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Next month, Neil Gaiman's beloved comic The Sandman comes to life as a Netflix original series. And right now, we're joined by the stars of the show, Tom Sturridge, Gwendolyn Christie, Kirby Howell-Baptiste, and Mason Alexander Park. Welcome. So The Sandman is such a beloved series. Was there any anxiety taking on these larger-than-life characters?
I mean, I think there was solely anxiety.
That's all that exists.
It's, you know, I mean, I think me personally, I come to it as an enormous fan. It's a piece of literature that I care about so deeply, and so the anxiety was realizing the dream of it that I've had in my head, and also acknowledging the responsibility of the dreams of all the thousands, hundreds of thousands of humans who've also had it in their head, who've made the film already in their head. And that was energizing because we had to do the best possible job, and I believe that we did.
I think what was really exciting and comforting about it was that it truly feels that everyone involved loves the project.
Yeah.
Genuinely loves it, genuinely has huge enthusiasm for the comics, for Neil, for Alan, and everyone was really so keen to be as faithful to the comics as possible, but as creative and fresh and something that felt contemporary.
Absolutely. So, Gwendolyn, Neil and the creators behind the show based a lot of Lucifer's look on David Bowie. Did you take any inspiration from him as you were getting into character?
I know that was Neil's original source material, and David Bowie is someone I've been a huge fan of since I was a child, actually, and I was fascinated by the alien-like, otherworldly quality that David Bowie had. But I went back to the comics and really read what was there, and it was an amazing creative experience for me because everybody was very involved with the costumes, hair and makeup. I worked with an amazing movement coach called Harry Alexander on extending movement and trying to capture something else, an essence of the comics that isn't, you know, a replication of David Bowie, but has something somewhere of the spirit of it.
Yeah. So this whole scenario is so scoping. Like, the series is huge, the graphic novels are huge. So if you could, for the fans who are just coming in, explain the Sandman in one sentence.
Ooh.
Kirby.
I haven't said anything.
Daunting.
And the reason why I hadn't said anything, because I was like hoping for a softball, but okay. I would say for fans just coming into it, I would say that the Sandman is an epic fantasy journey. We follow Dream. This is one sentence, but there's commas and also semicolons and things like that. We follow Dream on his journey. He's been captured for 100 years, and then we follow him on this absolutely epic journey through different times and spaces, and we meet incredible people. I would say it's also a very, again, long sentence, like, you know, commas, commas, commas. We go through all these sort of really universal themes. I think that's the one thing, if you're not familiar with it, the thing that I think unites everyone is the universal themes of love, of tragedy, of loss, of searching. So that's for the fans who didn't know, and also if you didn't know how to structure a sentence, that's how you structure it.
Like James Joyce.
Also, yes, yeah, and that's not the first time that's been said about me.
Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Dream has his broody ways, but how did the three of you bring your own spin to your endless characters?
Oh, God.
Mason?
I don't know. I just kind of was myself, and I think that did enough of it. I was.
Nailed it.
Desire is delicious. You know, like they're really. It's really easy I don't want to say easy because that's kind of silly, but it is kind of amazing the groundwork that Neil laid, in the text, and also just thinking about like what we serve as functions in the universe. If you just go back to the name of like who you are and what you are, it gives you so many things to play with. All I had to go back is think about desire like as a concept, not necessarily as myself or as the character. And a lot of times that was so much more informative than anything else, because everything that encompasses human experience with desire is everything that desire is in the series and in the comics. So it was really, I don't know, it was kind of exciting to think of it from a bunch of different places and discover something fresh in that, hopefully.
I think there's something magical that takes place when you read the comics too, because you're looking at these beautiful images, you're looking at each cell, you're reading the words, and those things have an impact on you which is non-literal.
Yeah.
So you bring your own emotions to it. It stirs something unique in every person.
And there's liberation, right? Most characters are, this is the name, this is who they are, this is their background. I mean, we are playing entities, we are the endless. We're these characters that we're playing are concepts, essentially, and they're concepts that people are familiar with, but the way Neil explores them is so different. So I think that you have there's such a wide field of exploration there that you don't often get when you're playing any other type of role.
Perfect. And I think that's all the time that we have, but thank you guys so much for coming out today. You guys did great, and we're so excited to see The Sandman. For everybody at home, The Sandman comes to Netflix on August 5th, but hold on over until then. We've got even more stars on our show out on our balcony right now. Check it out.
For longtime fans of the Neil Gaiman comic, Netflix's Sandman series is a dream come true, and here to tell me about it ahead of next month's premiere are the stars of the show: Vivian Achampong, Boyd Holbrook, Jenna Coleman, Wanasu Samanyai, and Patton Oswalt here on this cramped balcony. Thank you for joining me. Woo!
Thanks for having us up here.
Yeah, this is great. So, Sandman is this, storied and just legendary comic that's taken a very long time to kind of come onto the screen, populated with all sorts of fantastical characters. Tell me a little bit about sort of getting into character. Vivian, Boyd, you're sort of polar opposites. Can you talk a little bit about Librarian versus Corinthian?
I mean, we're finally here. It's taken about 30 years to get here, but we've finally done it. I believe the Corinthian, who is basically the design of your worst nightmare. He was meant to be ended in the dreaming world, and he's broken out into the waking world, and he's run amok and inspiring people what he was designed to do, which is to create madness, and he has become the patron saint of serial killers. So it's needless to say, it was a blast to play that.
That sounds fun.
Yes, well, Lucienne, the head librarian, Dream's companion, I'd say that, she's loyal to a fault almost, extremely hardworking. She presides over the dreaming whilst Dream has been captured. And their relationship is really special because I think that she's a bit of his moral compass. He's this kind of brooding character that is a little bit of difficult, well, he actually is hard work. But there's a special bond that they have. And yeah, it was great. I absolutely loved the role. Wonderful.
Now, Jenna, what was it like playing Rose in a contemporary setting?
Oh, Joanna, Constantine.
Sorry. I'm forgetting my lines. I'm terrible. Sorry.
Incredibly fun. It's like one of those that bounced off the page. Her kind of cynicism and wit and using humor as a deflection and kind of just someone who's not very easily impressed by anything. So the kind of the meeting of minds between Dream and Constantine was a really fun, the kind of intrigue between them both. This kind of battle of the ego, yet this mutual admiration of each other. It was a really fun, a really good playing field.
Tell me about what it was like working with Dream and taking on this character.
Yeah, it was just. I think it was nice. I had such a big world, such an established, project, such an established creative thing to like jump into. So it was really nice, you know, to have. There was a bit of source material that I had to go off of. Some parts, you know, I had to make up. I had to fill in a lot of the blanks myself. I had to kind of just sculpt and mold my own character, and it was great to, you know, work with Tom to expand our relationship in the show more than in the comics. I really liked how we were able to explore that.
Nice. Now, Patton, you're a big Neil Gaiman fan. You're a fan of the comics. Did you just find out this was happening and just kind of just bang on your desk and you're like, get me in there?
I actually got an email from Neil saying, you want to play Matthew the Raven? And absolutely yes. So it was, it's hard to call this a dream come true because I would have never dreamed that I would have gotten to do this role. This was beyond my imagining in a way. So I really lucked out, you know, and just getting to watch the footage of these actors like nailing these roles as I was doing the voiceover, you know, and some of these scenes was very, very exciting to watch it coming together as well as it has come together. Just so happy.
Now, I imagine, you know, playing a Raven is a little bit like you're voicing a bird. You're not really there. You're not like dressed up in a ping pong ball suit on set or anything.
I didn't Jar Jar Binks this thing. I was in a studio and I read my lines, but there were, you know, moments when I went back when they would redo certain lines, or, you know, because of the way that the scene would go. There's a great scene between me and Vivian and I could say it, Mark Hamill as Merv Pumpkinhead, where we're kind of going back and forth, and I came in and redid the lines because the way that she performed it was so much more different than the way that I did it. It worked better for me to react off of her performance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can you? We haven't seen anything from you in the trailers. Can you give us like a little tease of what?
I mean, I play Matthew the Raven. Dream of the Analyst always has a Raven. I am a recently become Raven. Up until recently, I was a human being who apparently died. There are some cryptic clues as to what my life was like before this, but I think I'm the closest to the viewer running to catch up with this world. The only other, I think, person that compares to me is Rose. Rose is also like, wait, what? I'm like, wait. So you get to see them kind of, you're connecting there with the viewer, learning about the world as you're running along into it.
Nice. Now we've got an IGN fan question from Marissa. Was there any advice that you received from Neil Gaiman himself about how to portray your characters?
Don't screw it up.
I'm sorry, there's an enormous bug in your hair. Oh my.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Whoa. Wow.
That was.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, good lord. Okay.
That's what you were pointing at.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's weirdly
Been
portentous.
attacked by a large, medium-sized beetle.
Bug, I believe.
This interview just got very exciting.
You're very brave. You handled that extremely well.
I was like being in the dreaming, guys.
Yeah.
Again, the CGI work in San Diego is incredible, and they can do stuff like that. So that was amazing.
Okay, so yeah, where were we?
Any advice from Neil?
Yeah.
Well, I think Neil was just all over this. So involved. It's his vision. You know, him and Alan, two minds coming together and working together, and everything Neil passed, didn't he? Like, literally every small thing. So I think that fans will be really excited about that because this is very much his vision.
Wow, he gave me such cryptic advice. I still don't get this. He said, when you're in San Diego, keep the bugs off Jenna. I don't know what that means, but I used that in my performance. It was very weird. Yeah.
I love that. It seems like, you know, there are various different interpretations of sort of the Sandman mythology, like different artists have tackled it. It seems like you've sort of been given a little bit of freedom to just really explore your characters and just...
Oh god, yeah, definitely.
Would you say that's sort of the case?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, I guess, is there any sort of feedback you would give to just fans who were like too hung up on things being how they were in the comics or in their head, or?
It's an adaptation. I think we've been we honored the comic quite well, and for example, a lot of our characters for my own character, only had like one comic to go off of, so I believe we got a lot more creative and expanded upon that.
I mean,
I would say this as someone who's reread the series 3 or 4 times and was there when the first issue came out. There are certain things that they absolutely nail from they recreate it as is, and there, as you said, there are other things that they absolutely improve and make so much better. Even Neil, in looking back on his work 30 years down the road, was like, oh, it's actually cooler if we do it this way, and adds even more richness to the characters.
Yeah, I mean, it's mired in dreams. It seems like it requires little imagination. So
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like we kept the essence of the comics, and some, parts of it were just straight out of the comics. Like the panels were like exactly the same, but in order to adapt it to a different medium, it needed that healthy breathing space of just to change things around and to see what happens.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me on this balcony. I'm sorry about the bugs. That is genuinely one of the weirdest things that's ever happened on the show.
San Diego.
That
It's
was
a huge bug.
It was
offensive.
a genuinely huge bug.
Anyway.
It was a stunt.
If The Sandman sounds like a dream come true, set an alarm for August 5th when it hits Netflix. In the meantime,
And you
don't
can
nod
zoom
off
in
because
on our,
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con continues.
This is the guy.
It's back. The
Zoom
bug.
in.
It's like
We got lots more Comic-Con continuing after this.
Hang on,
Maybe
folks,
it's-
I can tell you right now, the bug was Andy Serkis.
How do you feel about
That is Andy Serkis. He's incredible. Folks, keep it going for him. Look at the sun.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
What the hell?
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
So we are live here at Comic-Con. One of the biggest panels of the day, the WB theatrical panel, just let out, and we saw lots of stuff specifically about Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and Black Adam. So with Shazam, we got to see a new trailer. We've already kind of seen Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu, but we got to see even more of them. There was a nice Fast and Furious joke for Helen Mirren there, and that was really fun.
I've seen all of the Fast and the Furious movies, lady. It's all about...
We got to see Shazam throw a truck at a dragon or something. It looks just as fun and chaotic as the first movie was. And he, the trailer also showed him questioning his place in the DCEU, so maybe we'll get a little bit of that in this movie. But then the other big event was the Black Adam panel and trailer, and Dwayne Johnson came out in full costume. I swear he is made for this convention. He just knows how to light up a room. And then, of course, we got to see the trailer, which is our first really extended look at this movie. We got to see, how this movie might introduce the Justice Society. We got to see him fighting with Dr. Fate and Hawkman and Atom Smasher, and so that was super fun. We also got confirmation that Viola Davis will return as Amanda Waller in this movie, which I'm super excited about because I love her as Amanda Waller. We got to have, a really fun panel with Dwayne Johnson talking about who would win in a fight, Black Adam or Superman, and he, of course, had the best answer of, it depends who's playing Superman, so I'll leave that to him and whoever's playing Superman. But there's a couple things that we didn't see. We didn't see anything about the upcoming Flash movie, with all the controversy surrounding Ezra Miller. So it's really hard to say when we're gonna see more from that movie, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. We also didn't get any updates on the upcoming Aquaman sequel, and we also didn't see, anything about Batgirl or the upcoming sequel to The Batman. It was really just a tentpole and a showcase for those two movies, but that seemed to be more than enough for this crowd. They were eating it up. And so that was just about everything we saw at this Warner Brothers panel, but there's lots more to come, so keep it locked right here on IGN from everything from San Diego Comic-Con.
After a premature cancellation by a certain streaming service that shall remain nameless, Tuca and Birdie have built a new nest on Adult Swim, and this summer they're back to ruffle more feathers with season 3. Joining us now, Tuca and Birdie's creator Lisa Hannawalt and the stars of the show, Tiffany Haddish, Nicole Byer, and Sashir Zameda. Thank you guys so much for coming.
How are you guys?
Hi.
Great.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
Y'all not gonna put a Tuca and Birdie Chiron behind us?
We should eventually.
I mean, this is kind of disrespectful.
You guys are so cute.
I'm just saying.
Somebody
work on it. Somebody get a Tuca and Birdie behind us.
So I think something that's amazing about this series is the beautiful way that you can balance really serious topics and mix a bit of comedy into it. Have you found that challenging, or is it kind of like really seamless with obviously all 3 seasons? Lisa?
I think that in some ways is just doing like a gut check with myself, like whether something feels too light or too serious, and just kind of finding that natural balance that fits the tone of my work and the story I want to tell. I want the show to be optimistic overall, but obviously we go to a lot of sad places and talk about a lot of really serious subjects. But I want to make sure it's entertaining at the end of the day.
Absolutely. What are other topics do you feel like you want to elaborate on, Tiffany, as well, in the series particularly?
That we have elaborated on and you haven't seen? Oh, that we haven't elaborated on?
What should I write about next?
I think you should write about, okay, I got some issues. Let's write about like doing your taxes.
How do we make that funny? I think there's an angle there.
Let's write about like, investments and how to properly invest.
Yeah.
And your time is like more valuable than anything, and how we waste time on some of the most stupidest things. I would love to see one of the birds, maybe working in a group home or something, or like doing something with some kids, smally birdies. I don't know, what do you call a baby bird? Baby bird.
Yeah. Well, there's a baby bluebird, yeah.
Yeah, working with chicks, I'd like to see something with some, like what's the nightlife really like, we do dibble dabble here and there in it, but really like maybe somebody's a waitress girl and dealing with the nightlife scene, or strip club, I don't know.
Great.
A male strip club.
Making my job really easy here.
I mean,
Season 4, we got it.
I have lots of ideas. I have lots and lots of ideas.
Now, Nicole, you play actually a couple characters in the actual show.
So
yeah,
many.
I know, a lot. I couldn't list them all. But how do you find the voice for these characters? Does it kind of come to you, or does the character come first and you kind of make the voice?
So I'll read the script, and then based on the character I'm doing, I'll find someone in my life. Like, the realtor is based on my mortgage lady, who's delightful. Like, when I first spoke to her, she was like, I was worried about getting the loan, and she was like, Nicole, they're not gonna give you a loan if you can't pay it back. And I was like, that was the housing crisis. And she's like, you got me. So that became the realtor, and it's like fun to inject people I meet in life into the characters.
And you probably do a dynamic on the spot, or do you think about it beforehand?
Oh, I try to be prepared. So I think about it beforehand. But then sometimes Lisa will be like, I think it sounds a little bit like this. And then we'll just like kind of have fun bouncing back and forth until we find what the character is.
Yeah, we find it. Sometimes I'm like, this character is just like really awful and annoying, but I don't know in what way yet. So can we try a couple different things and kind of find what that character would be?
They're like, is it in the nose? Or is it
that was the one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Reggie Watts and Ali Wong and Steven Yeun are in the show as well. How is it like working with them on an animated show, unlike kind of like doing something that's more live action, Tiffany?
I don't get to actually be with all of them. I got to do some stuff with Allie, and that was super fun. I mean, me and Allie hang out outside of work anyways. We're actual friends. But when it comes to the other guys, like I work with all of them on different stuff, or I see like Steven in the streets or whatever. You know, like we be in the streets. So I'm seeing Reggie in the streets and be like at a premiere, like, what up, Red? What up, Dave? Like, so we're not always in a booth together. I mean, it's an animated series, so we don't all get to be together. This is the most I've seen them in so long. I did the podcast, see through the Zoom. Like, this is my first time seeing them in person in years. So it's really great to be here with you guys. But like, we mostly everybody working with her. And that is amazing. It's super fun to get her guidance, and she never makes you feel like you suck. I mean, it's been days that I've sucked. She's like, what's going on with your voice? Well, you know, I had to yell at a fan the other day because they kept screaming my name, so I had to scream their name back at them. So, you know, it is what it is.
Absolutely. And Lisa, for artists that are out there that are trying to follow your example and love your style and the creative kind of like challenges you show with the season, what advice would you give them that are also aspiring to do what you do?
Oh my gosh, it's so hard to follow the footsteps of another artist because everyone's, path is so different, but I think just focus on what you really like. Like, this show is just all my stuff that I like so much and what I have in my mind that I can't stop thinking about. Just kind of, that's how you establish your own unique style, is just the stuff that comes from within you, the stuff that kind of frightens you to show other people, but like, that's what people connect to most.
I just had another idea for episodes. Things that you frighten to show other people. Speaking of that, I got bad knees. I think shit, like, I try everything to defeat my bad knees and not let nobody know that my knees ain't no good. But my knees is bad.
And that's hard for her because she's got those short shorts.
Yeah,
and
she
like
got
for
the
her
short
legs
shorts.
to have problems, like if she gets arthritis or something.
Yeah,
oh my
like
God.
A torn meniscus. I don't even know if birds got meniscuses, or ACLs. I'm sure they do. Dogs got ACLs.
Something in there.
There's something in there to make their legs. Yeah, you didn't know dogs have ACLs?
No.
Yes, dogs have ACLs. Yes, they be when you got hardwood floors, the dog be slipping and sliding. It's the ACL that keep them stable. And sometimes they tear their ACL, so then they always like kind of like limping, and they say they got a torn ACL.
The more you know.
You can get that fixed. Yeah.
All right, so I have another question. This one, I'm going to start with you. If Tuka and Birdie were at Comic-Con, what would they be doing? And if they would have a booth, what kind of booth would they have?
Oh, I think Birdie would probably be getting a lot of autographs. I feel like she'd be like collecting different things, and then I feel like Tuka would just be running around making fun of everybody who's dressed up.
Nicole?
I think that's pretty accurate. Also, I've never been to Comic-Con. I don't really know what happened. Convention Center? Is it there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. At least I know where it is.
Tiffany?
I think that Tuka would be trying to sell things that she's collected, and then tries to make them look like they come from like different like comic movies and TV shows. And I think Birdie would be selling cookies, and I really feel like they would be on some like let's make some money.
Absolutely.
That's what I think.
I think Birdie would start out super shy and overwhelmed by the crowd, but then she'd find like a great cosplay costume that makes her feel brave, and then she would like take over the con. Like, she'd be the belle of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the end of the con, it's all set on fire, right? Because that's what.
Oh, Tuka would have.
You totally set it on
Tuka would have found a way to set it on fire for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
and then they'd be like, the roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the
Comic-Con
burn, Comic-Con, burn.
Okay, I love you. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming today. I hope your Comic-Con is great, but thank you again.
Thank you so much.
You can catch new episodes of Tuka and Birdie on Adult Swim and HBO Max, and you can catch lots more from Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here. I played Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
What's up, everybody? This is IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022. We're bringing you up close with all the highlights from this festival of pop culture, and you don't even have to leave the comfort of your own home.
Sure, you'll miss out on some parts of the Comic-Con experience, like having to wait in long lines, risking heat exhaustion, and probably getting bumped into by a dude dressed like One Punch Man.
Who knows? Maybe One Punch Man will bump into our stage. You never know. It's supposed to be good luck. Anyway, coming up in a bit, we've got the cast of Tuca and Birdie, and after that, we're checking in with the crews of multiple generations of the USS Enterprise, including Strange New Worlds and Picard, and way later, the massive Marvel Cinematic Universe panel that is sure to be packed with breaking news. But right now, we've got the cast of Shazam, Fury of the Gods. Stick around.
DC superheroes have a reputation for being dark and brooding and otherwise pretty serious, but in 2019, Shazam showed us that getting superpowers could also be a ton of fun, assuming you're in touch with your inner child. Here to share a few magic words about Shazam, Fury of the Gods, please welcome the stars Zachary Levi, Lucy Liu, Asher Angel, Jack Dylan Grazer, and director David F. Sandberg. Welcome in Shazam!
Let's go.
So this is huge. I've been really looking forward to this one. Really exciting, obviously. We got a new trailer just out of Hall H. First movie was, I feel like very hopeful, very fun. You know, it's about getting superpowers and also finding a family. And this time around, you're in therapy. You've got like the weight of the world and the fury of the gods.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we're a couple years on, right? We pick up with the whole Shazamly a few years into their now understanding their powers, right? At the end of the first movie, all the kids get their powers. Now it's been a few years of them testing them out and figuring that out, and also figuring out what it means to be a teenager who's also a superhero. And being a teenager is hard enough. And all their relationships and how they all come together, that's kind of where we pick up the whole premise, yeah.
Nice. And Lucy, you're obviously a new addition. You have done your share of awesome movies. You've done lots of action. You've done tons of martial arts. But aside from directing an episode of Luke Cage, you kind of haven't really gotten fully into superhero stuff. And this is a big, huge, like blockbuster, you know, capital S, capital H superhero movie. I guess what's the experience like, and also what was it about this movie that really made you jump on board?
Well, first of all, I'm a super fan of Comic-Con and of comic books. So being a part of the DC world is just sensational for me. And, you know, they told me that Helen Mirren was going to be my sister, and I was like, I'm in. You know what I mean?
Question, yeah.
And these guys really are a Shazamily. So to be invited into that grouping, and even though we're coming in as a satellite, it's kind of exciting in every possible way.
Now you're playing kind of a villain here, yeah?
There's no such thing as a villain. I swear to God, there isn't.
You're trying to kill him, though, right?
No.
She's lying.
Who would want to kill this guy? I have to say that I think that people always like to have the protagonist and the antagonist, and I think everyone has a different take on what they want to do. and where they're going. So my commitment to what I'm doing and what our sisters are doing together is not, in my mind, considered villainry.
Well, everyone's a hero in their own story. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Everyone's a hero in their own story.
Yeah. Right.
And in your story, you think you're doing the right thing.
I know I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, but she's not.
I am.
She is not.
She's brainwashed.
Now, again, this is a movie that involves a lot of growing up, and Asher, Jack, you guys have grown a bit since the last one, and I realized that was a big issue for you, like making a movie. You know, 'cause you got to. This is still about kids turning into superheroes. What did you learn from the first movie that you've all been able to apply to the sequel?
Well, I mean, just with the aging, it was something we just had to lean into, that they are older now and that their time has passed. And that's a big part of the story as well. Like Billy Batson, it's like he's about to turn 18 and like what's going to happen with the foster home and the family and will they be able to stick together? So it was just leaning into that part of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
This isn't your first rodeo anymore. Like, what's it like jumping back in here?
Okay, me. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, it's been incredible. Yeah, I love how in the first movie we set up the whole background of Billy and his history, and I love in the sequel that, it's a new Billy. People really don't know what to expect, and he's obviously gone through a lot of trauma in his childhood, but now he's in a place where he's happy and he's healthy, but he's just trying to maintain his relationship with the family, with the Shazam fam, because everything from Billy is just all together, all in one, and I think he's just trying to enjoy being a superhero, and hopefully he's trying to stay away from the future, I'd say, and just be in the moment and have fun with his family and keep everyone in check.
Nice.
I would say.
Yeah, solid. Jack, what about you?
I don't know. I think that Freddie and Billy are still very much in the throes of pubescence. And in this film, that we're in the latter years of high school, and there's the internal battle, the emotional battle, say hormonal battle, with just the self. But then there's also that battle of trying to bury our secret identity, our secret superhero identity, which is hard, especially when you're a loser like Freddie is, and you have nothing going for you besides the fact that you are a secret superhero, and it's hard to keep that under lock forever, So there is that sort of internal conflict that goes on with Freddie throughout the movie. That's like the most exciting part in the movie for my character.
Nice. Well, we have the trailer queued up right now. I would love to sort of just have you all just shout at it, shout out your reactions, just completely ruin it for the viewers at home. Just talk over it. Let's hear what your sort of internal monologue is on this wonderful trailer.
Well, this is...
those are the production companies. And
that's
this
CGI. That's a city. That's a building about to smack me. Oh, here comes Jack.
There's Jack.
Oh, that's my best part.
In pain.
I'm going to therapy. I think I'm going to therapy because I'm really confused as
There's Jason Momoa.
How I can bring the most as a kid. There is Jason Momoa. That's Ben Affleck's crotch. This is me bouncing off.
I love this, dude.
Great.
So great.
And I'm on fire.
You catch on fire.
Fuego, on fire. What lit me on fire? Are we allowed to talk about
friction?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, they painted it out from the shot, so probably not.
Yeah, so something lit me on fire.
Here's Cooper and...
Those are your
They're the kids, yeah.
Yeah, those are all the kids. Those are the parents.
Hiding their secrets.
Cooper and Marta, who are lovely people.
Grace is her...
Here's him talking about
I'm trying to find...
What's going on with
how to be a good
There's
leader.
Annabelle.
Oh my God, Easter egg.
The little cameo.
Yeah, little Annabelle Easter egg.
Jaimin
This is
back.
Jaimin being all wizardy.
Shout out Jaimin.
Love Jaimin.
Now here comes Lucy and
she has a moment.
Serving up them looks.
You guys are bad.
Those goddess
We're
looks.
smiling, we're happy.
No, happy villains.
That's pretty very
Things get intense. Here you go. Helen and I beat the crap out of each other for like 3 days.
Yeah, that was before shooting, too.
Well, we're method actors. I mean, we had to get into the roles.
She needed that.
This was one of my favorite scenes I've ever shot in my entire life because it was basically just a tete-a-tete, me and Helen Mirren for like 2.5 pages.
You're so
where
lucky.
I get to just be so silly, and she just sits across from me as this stoic, powerful goddess.
So good.
And it was so well written, and oh man, it was
beautiful.
And then we destroyed an entire baseball stadium.
And most
the
of
bill for that
It was in the budget.
Whoa! I think.
That's so funny.
Zach freaking out.
And it was very warm, I can tell you that. We were in Atlanta in the summer.
Asher cried that time. That was like his first tear ever.
Stop it, it was not.
Was it not? They're
flying. Oh, was that Ian riding on a horse?
And that's more powers.
Yeah.
And then there's
That is cool. That's my roar of fury.
and then I hit a
being
dragon in the
stoic.
face with a truck. Because my life is awesome.
You got a little burn there, buddy.
And that's Shazam.
Fury of the gods, to be exact.
That was well narrated.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That's literally all we wanted. Sometimes people just sit in perfect silence. And I'm like, well, I don't know if this is good TV.
Couldn't get us to shut up. Like, all talking on top of each other.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Now, there's a shot in there that kind of jumped out at me. I've often sort of compared the first movie to being like big with Tom Hanks, but with superpowers. You've got Asher wearing a Goonies shirt, like front and center.
Yeah.
And Jack's wearing the. You got the Lord of the Rings one.
Yeah.
Is that like? I feel like is there any DNA from those in there, or is that just a cool T-shirt collection?
No, definitely. I mean, Goonies was a big inspiration for sort of the tone and the vibe of the first one, and we're continue that in this one. So there's a lot of references like that.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. Now let's talk about Dame Helen Mirren, because clearly she's like,
She's a force.
Yeah.
She's Damey.
Yeah. What's
She's real Damey?
what's it like working with her?
Magical.
She really is somebody who brings some of the best energy. She's so honest and down to earth and just lovely. You know, just part of a group family. She kind of brings everyone in. And I mean, you do that so much. And she did that for Rachel and I. And just made it so special.
And she's really down to like just do her own stunts where it comes to, we put her on wires and all kinds of stuff. And sometimes it's almost like you don't actually have to do this and we kind of have to talk her out of it. Yeah. But yeah, no,
she's so down. She's so grounded. She has every reason, I suppose, to not be any of those things, but she's exactly who you dream Helen Mirren is. And it's so rewarding because you're like, oh, I'm so glad that, you know, all of my expectations of who you are as a human being.
She's a true goddess.
Totally, yeah, totally.
She could be her own superhero.
Yeah. And she's mad talented, obviously, and just a sweet spirit and energy, and it was so cool. But so is Lucy. Seriously, I have to give credit where credit is due. You're so amazing and so talented and so grounded.
Zach.
And you absolutely are.
But we were talking about Helen and Rachel.
No, I understand.
The goddesses really got along.
But I think that you and Rachel both deserve so much love and so much praise. You guys were fantastic. And excellent human beings as well.
Oh, thanks, Zach.
I have to ask. You've got a Fast and Furious joke in there. You've got Helen Mirren. There's a movie that's coming out sort of between like now and Shazam that involves someone else from the Fast and Furious and what's it? I think it's also a DC movie.
It's this Ludacris movie you're talking about. No, right? There's Ludacris is playing a character in the DC universe, isn't it?
Is he?
No, yes. Black Adam is coming out in October. Yes.
You're making that nervous NDA breaking face. Where
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you see the sniper dots on my forehead?
There it is.
We're not allowed. There's nothing we can confirm nor deny. But I think it would be really cool if, you know, there was a moment where Shazam and Black Adam got to have it out, fisticuffs. You know, they're mortal enemies.
We could have lunch.
He's the yin to my yang.
Start with lunch and then see if the fisticuffs come into play.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know if you've seen what that guy eats for lunch, but
who would win, Zach?
That's gonna take
lots of fish.
Lots of fish.
Lots of haddock, I think.
Unless it's cheat day, and then
I think he likes quinoa too.
And lots of quinoa. Quinoa and haddock.
Wonderful. Well, I'm dying to check this out. Shazam! Fury of the Gods is in theaters December 21st. But in the meantime, there is plenty more Comic-Con, including the stars of Dragon Ball Super and Star Trek Picard. But first, a quick break. IGN at Comic-Con will return after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network, who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
All right, now Netflix's The Dragon Prince is a gorgeously animated fantasy series that seems to just keep getting better and better. Now, here to tell me all about it are the creators of the show, Justin Richmond and Aaron E. Haas. How are y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Really, really
Thanks
good.
for having
Thank
us.
you. Yeah. So, what can fans expect from season 4? You had your panel. Yeah. What can you reveal about season 4?
Do you want to tell me the ending of season 4?
Yeah, let's just jump
please,
to the end.
Please
Yeah,
do.
yeah,
please.
exactly.
No, it's amazing. I think the team has really hit its stride, and it's going to be better than season 3, and like we're just getting better every single season we get to make of this thing, which is super, super exciting. So more of everything is what I'll say. What would you say?
And we revealed a time skip.
Yeah.
So of course, characters are older, so the new, exciting. I think I heard someone call them glow ups.
Glow ups, yes.
Of our characters.
Yeah.
But along with the characters growing up, I think the story grows up. It's more sophisticated. It's a little more, it's still the same amazing show that it is for everyone who it's for, but I think it's a little deeper and heavier.
And it's the mystery of Erebos, correct?
Mystery of Erebos, yeah.
Erebos.
Erebos,
So
yes.
what can you tell us a little bit about? Obviously, it's a mystery.
The mystery is
it's
how to
gonna
pronounce Erebos.
unveiled. Yeah, Erebos, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's going to be revealed as we move forward into season 4. But what can you kind of like tease about it?
We started teasing Erebos in the first seconds of season 1.
Yeah.
So the beautiful, deep baritone voice you hear narrating and framing the world of Zadia is in fact Erebos. And some of that is the suggestion that a lot of the mythology, a lot of what we've learned about Zadia and the ancient conflicts and the things that have happened are either being explained or are caused or interpreted through some lens of Erebos. So there's a lot of kind of deep mythical complication with this character who we've always portrayed as sort of a Lucifer slash Prometheus, right? He's he's very interesting. So a lot of this is our characters starting to unravel a deep centuries old and even millennium old mystery.
Yeah.
And phases 1 and 2 contain 3 seasons. You all are moving in phases, correct, with this? And
Yeah. Yes.
and
that's
so
right.
the final phase is season 7. I'm kind of curious because like I went to the website. I saw you all have,
Getting way ahead of
you have
yourself.
Look, as you all know, fans do when we have these massive universes that are created in animation. Like we tend to kind of look ahead just to see what we can expect as fans. Moving so the final phase is 1 season.
Actually, we're sort of seeing this 4 as all sort of a piece of that one Empire phase, I guess,
Okay.
is what sort of how we're looking at it. So it's a continuous story all the way through to 7, and then I think it's a great ending. We're getting there.
That's the thing. So I'm kind of curious. Like, are there any plans? Because there's so many, there's so many characters.
so now
are
we're
there any
getting in
plans of like a spin-off or potential? Is there any potential for like?
Oh,
a spin-off
absolutely.
of
I
the
mean,
characters?
there's a character we've laid in that we care a lot about, the Orphan Queen, who is Ezrin and Harrow's ancestor, who played an important role, who actually interacted with Erebos way back when in an interesting way. we would love to tell her story at some point. It's a powerful story. But moving forward, we're building this story epicer and epicer. We have an intention for this arc of the saga, but we really do think of it as a saga, which is to say we see these characters grow, we see and understand the world in a deeper and bigger way, and we do have thoughts on how that will go in the long term. It's hard to, you don't want to like reveal or tease too far in the future because people have to wait so long that you want to just almost focus on like, hey, really satisfying, amazing things are coming now, and but yeah, we're always laying the groundwork for our real fans to experience this really huge
the world of Zadia.
Yeah. How do you feel about like fans doing essentially what I'm trying to do right now?
It's amazing, right? Like, I mean, look, the fact that anybody, it's terrible.
Bothered.
No, it's amazing that fans are so into the show that they're willing to like go into every single piece of footage and like tear it apart and like make conjectures, and sometimes they're super close and sometimes they're like way off the mark, and like it's just super fun to see that, and we love interacting and seeing the fan fiction and all the stuff that comes up online and all that stuff.
Absolutely, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
We want people here with us, loving it, paying attention to every detail, and just expanding their brains into the craziness of it all.
And the thing, Aaron, you've worked on Avatar: The Last Airbender, so you're probably used to this. You're used to fans kind of like theorizing and just like trying to. How much influence has your experience working on Avatar: The Last Airbender had on this particular show?
In a lot of ways, initially with Netflix, this was, the first day we were talking about it with Netflix, they were like, we want our Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know? And so a story that had amazing characters, an epic world, really small details that mattered, a deep sense of hope, but that's not like a false hope, but is a complicated, real, authentic, the world is hard, and there are problems kind of hope. Those kinds of things were all a part of this from the beginning. So people who feel some kind of resonating frequency with Avatar, like, of course they should. I'm glad they do, and I think we're flattered that if they feel that way.
Now, you brought us a clip, right?
We did.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
So what can you tell us about the clip that we're about to see?
Want me to go?
Yeah, go do it. Tell them.
So one of the things in season 4 with this time skip is we're seeing all these characters glow ups. But we're also introducing some new characters, and really amazingly, we're introducing someone to the main cast. So an all-new character who is amazing and is immediately being kind of joining these great characters people have loved for the first 3 seasons. And this is a character, Terry. Terry, as you'll find out, knows Claudia, but I'll say that he plays in the world with Claudia and Viren. And I want to shout out the actor who plays Terry, Ben Collins, who is phenomenal, who came into this challenge of kind of elevating a main character role right away with Jason Simpson and Raquel Belmonte, who play Claudia and Viren. These powerful presences that are such presences. And Ben just came in and is a presence and is amazing and is funny and vulnerable and emotional and he's powerful, and we love him, and we love Terry, and that's the intro.
Yeah.
Well, I know fans are super excited for it. Well, thank you both so much. Now, you can binge watch every episode of The Dragon Prince on Netflix and get yourself all caught up before the new season drops. And if you can't wait that long, well, you've been good. So here's an exclusive clip from the new season.
It's hard to imagine things getting any worse.
Ugh, I know, right? Oh, wait. One more thing. I almost forgot. I want you to meet my new boyfriend, Terry!
Yes, hello. The name's Terry, like she said. It's short for Terrestrius. Very traditional Earthblood elf name. Bit old-fashioned, but my friends call me Terry, and you can call me Terry. May I call you Viren? Lord, Sir Claudia's dead? Very well. Anywho, your daughter's amazing. I mean, you know that, you're her dad, and, she brought you back from the dead. Wow, right? Well, trees to meet you. I think it went well.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here. I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
After almost 12 long years, The Walking Dead is finally coming to an end, but let's be real. That's a lot longer than most of us would last in a zombie apocalypse. Now, joining us in the flesh are the stars of the show, Norman Reedus, Josh McDermott, Seth Gillum, Michael James Shaw, and Kaylee Fleming. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Akeem, we don't want to talk about the end of The Walking Dead. We want to talk about your outfit, your glasses, like everything you have going on there. We could spend a whole...
Thank you, Josh. I could do that too, and I would definitely take it coming from all of you. But you know what? It's not about me. It's about you.
It's about you.
Right? After 12 long years.
About you.
I mean, yes, this is about you. Now, look, it's very sad to hear that the show is coming to an end, especially like as a longtime fan. I know, like, Norman, you've been on there since season 1. I'm kind of curious, like, it must be like a surge of emotions just running through you all. So I'm kind of curious, how does it feel knowing that the show's ending, and what was it like the final day of filming for all of you? I'll start with you, Norman.
I don't know, it's bittersweet. I mean, it was such a big accomplishment. I mean, to be on the air this long and be as well received, you know, for this long. But at the same time, I'm going to miss all these guys. Stephen Yun texted me this morning, how is it? You know, we're all one big family and we'll probably all stay one big family forever. But I don't know. Part of me wants to cry. Part of me misses Georgia and the crew already. But, you know, it's I guess, good problems to have, you know. But it's sad.
Yeah, I think the crew, you know, as you say, like that's the family there in Georgia that, you know, we see each other all the time. But see, you know, we really miss that crew. I miss Tiffany Simpson did my mullet for years, and it's like I now can only text her. It takes a while to see her. What are you mourning the loss of the mullet?
I'm just getting emotional.
I'm sorry, Akeem. I'm sorry I did this to you. But you know what? We're going to get through it together.
I'm a huge fan of the show. I'm not joking. I'm just a huge fan of the show. It's so unprofessional.
I don't think it's unprofessional, man. I mean, this is...
Sorry.
This
isn't live, fortunately, but...
Well, I hope we keep it. Look, man, this show touched the lives of so many people, including us, and it was such an honor to be a part of it. And I just hope that we go out strong and in a way that does it justice and does the fans, the fans can be proud of it,
Yeah, what
How about you,
Josh
Seth?
said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much what both Norman and Josh said. It's bittersweet and beautiful at the same time.
I'm sorry, I suck. You know what? This is what we're gonna do. I know, Michael, Kaylee, we didn't get to you all because of my teary-eyed self. I want to have some fun. All right, yes. We're going out. I want us to go out with a bang. Underneath your chairs, I have buzzers. I want us to play a game.
Oh my gosh.
I got to get out of this emotional phase right now.
Oh, I love a game.
The thing is, like, I'm again, like. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna quiz you all. Okay, see, look, I'm gonna quiz you all on The Walking Dead. I want to see how much you all know about The Walking Dead. Now, the only rule that we have is if this question is directly related to you or your character, you cannot answer, and that's it. All right, so I'm gonna go with the first question. This is an easy, and they're all easy questions, okay?
Okay.
The first one here is which character wears a vest with angel wings sewn onto it?
Daryl.
Oh, there we go.
I painted it.
One for Kaylee. Oh, I accidentally hit it. Number 2, how do you kill a walker?
In the head.
There you go. Yep, that's it. Number 3, this character lost a hand in season 9.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
Tyrese.
Oh my goodness. Are you serious?
Aaron.
There you go. That is correct. All right, now this one. All right, this is the last one. Name at least 2 video games that featured Norman Reedus's likeness. It's about you, my guy.
What was the question? What was the question?
Name at least 2 video games that featured Norman's likeness.
I don't know.
2 video games. Do we not know?
Death Standing, is that one? Stranding? Death Stranding?
Yeah.
That's one.
The Walking Dead Onslaught?
Close, The Walking Dead Survival Instinct.
Oh.
So that is 2. We would have also accepted Fortnite as well.
Oh man, Fortnite.
All right, here's one that I'm really excited for. This one's about you, Josh, okay? This cast member, I just spoiled it. This cast member also appeared on another AMC hit television series. Who is it and what show? I already said Josh, so.
Josh?
Tyrese.
The show. Tyrese, the show, yeah.
Wait. What was the question again?
This cast member also appeared in another AMC.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Show.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Creep show.
No.
yeah,
Is
that's
that
on
AMC?
Shudder. Oh, fuck. I mean, it was like AMC.
Mad Men.
No.
There you go. Norman
Batman.
got it. Yeah.
Yay!
All right. This question. Rosita has a baby with whom?
Who doesn't she have a baby?
Oh my goodness. That is incorrect.
Sadiq?
Haley. Yes.
Wow.
Sadiq. Yes. With Gabriel in the role of playing father figure.
Which one?
Gabriel, baby. That's Gabriel.
Gabriel.
Shane's baby.
I am so confused right now. You are giving me answers that I'm just blowing my mind right now. Okay, I'm gonna ask one last question, and then I think we're gonna wrap. Who is the father of Maggie's son, Herschel? Norman.
Steven.
Oh, no.
Tyrese.
Glenn.
Yes, that is
Steven
correct.
Glenn, I was right there.
What? That's making me laugh so hard.
I'm so glad that
You're like beating this joke to death.
Yes.
And it's bringing it back around until it's funny again.
Like, honestly, I'm just basking in the presence of everyone here. Again, I just want to say thank you for everything.
Can I keep this?
Yes, it's yours. You can have it. Thank you all so much. You can catch part 3 of The Walking Dead's final season later this fall on AMC and streaming on AMC Plus. And you can find more Comic-Con right here on IGN Live. I gotta go. I'm sad, man. Thank you all so much. Seriously.
Hey, it's Brian from IGN right here on the San Diego Comic-Con show floor. Now, Nintendo and LEGO have been teaming up for quite a while now, making cool stuff like Mario and Luigi playsets. So, of course, they had to make Bowser. This is the mighty Bowser. He is $270, and you can buy him whenever you want. It's heavy, weighty, meaty. It even shoots fire rockets. He rules. I love him. But to celebrate, Nintendo did something a little bit bigger with LEGO, and that's this gigantic LEGO Bowser right here on the Comic-Con show floor. He is huge and terrifying, and you know what? I want no part of him. He's scary, and you know, he'll kick my butt. This Bowser is exclusive to the Comic-Con show floor, well, at least for now. He's 14 feet tall, 4 tons, and almost 700,000 bricks combined to make one gigantic Lego. Now, that's not enough. He's also animated and does motion effects and sounds and is genuinely pretty scary. I actually really like his little fires on his side, his fingers that open and close, his big chunky feet, his teeth, his eyebrows that even move. It's bizarre. I love it. And there you have it. That is LEGO Bowser, both the regular size version that you can buy for $270 or the giant one that you can't really buy because he's too big. Now, how is he doing? Well, that's a question we'll have to ask for years to come. As long as he keeps kidnapping people, we'll assume he's not doing well. But until then, we'll be covering Comic-Con right here on IGN all weekend long. So enjoy, stick around, and be nice to your friendly neighborhood Bowser. He needs it.
Making vampires hang out in broad daylight in sunny San Diego in the middle of the summer is the meanest thing you can do, short of a stake through the heart. But what can you say? We're horrible people. Joining me now under our very bright studio lights, the wonderful people responsible for what we do in the shadows, Mark Prosch, Matt Berry, Christian Shaw, Harvey Guillen, Paul Sims, and Stephanie Robinson. Thank you guys so much for coming.
That's so nice.
Now, this season feels like a complete reset. Everyone kind of comes back from their world travels and kind of like going through raising a baby. So what kind of dynamics can we expect to change in the next season?
What, in the season after this one or this current season?
Well, this season and the season coming after.
I don't know. Harvey?
We find this season that we are proving of nurture versus nature with raising Colin Robinson, and we find out that there is a paternal side to Laszlo, and Guillermo's on a quest to find if he is happy in the role that he plays in life and his personal self, and we find that the guide might have a thing for Guillermo, and there's a lot of things happening this season.
That's right.
I feel like this season, you guys, it feels like they're more of a family, I think. I think this has always been a family sitcom in a way without us going out of our way to say it, but I think this is a season where we really explored those dynamics, I think, head on. It's very heartwarming.
Yes.
I would say.
And also, speaking of family, this season is where we meet Guillermo's whole family in an episode that's coming up. That's very exciting.
Yeah, and it takes a village to raise a boy. In this case, it's Colin Robinson. Can you talk to us about like what is something each of you would teach the boy, if you could? Wrong answers only. It doesn't have to be pertinent to the season. For wrong answers only, we'll start with you, Matt Berry.
Good manners.
Shaw?
Great answer.
Yeah. You know, I would teach the boy to be kind and that they're no better than anybody else.
I love that. Harvey?
I guess I kind of did this in the season, teach him about musical theater and the arts. I
Really?
want to teach a boy the arts.
I would teach, this was also dealt with in this season, I would teach him that he can just say whatever he's thinking without saying guess what before. But that's one of the most satisfying parts for me in the season is when Laszlo says, just say what you're going to say. You don't have to say guess what before everything.
Stephanie?
I don't know. I just like teach him how to be rock and roll, man. You know what I mean? All that other stuff. Like he's got to be rock and roll.
Definitely, because it's a lot more fun. Now we get to learn a little bit more about energy vampires. Are there an imminent threat, Stephanie? It's just like, are we going to see kind of like more about energy vampires in particular?
I think that's always a yes, wouldn't you say? I think we're always excited to dive more into who Colin is as a person and how he became an energy vampire, but also just populating more of the universe with them.
I think part of this season was also just examining if children are energy vampires, which those of us who have kids say that they are maybe a little bit unintentionally.
Unintentional. So production-wise, how was it to have, obviously, children on set? You probably had to have some manners, like careful with cursing and stuff like that. But having a child actually be the body of Colin Robinson and then have Mark's face, how was that done? It was in post-production and like during the stage set?
It was multiple children. Some were good at tap dancing. Other ones were good at hitting their marks and running around like little kids. It was difficult. The key to it was that we realized we could not really just do it all with computers, and that it had to be Mark's head, actual head on there. And fortunately, Mark's head was available, and we managed to finish the whole season. But also the kids we had an actual therapist there for the kids to say, it's a grown-up show, there's gonna be some scary stuff, you might hear some bad words, and they were all fine with it.
Yeah, just don't repeat what bad words you hear, of course.
Some of the kids, it was their first time, one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was fun. During a scene in water while a child is wailing around, it was like playtime for them, but then we had to film it for the show, so it was also like, it's work, but it was fun for them. But
yeah, and isn't it always a little bit playtime for all of us?
Yeah, it's always
the work playtime. Yes.
Even at 3, 4 a.m.
It's late night, staying up late at a sleepover, playtime.
Pillow fight.
Got me the party!
Now, Mark, how was it for you just to be able to just show your face and have different emotions? Were you able to just do whatever?
No.
No.
I wasn't able to do just. It was a really kind of a complicated process of green screen and figuring out how a toddler Colin Robinson would act, and then as he grows older and goes through different stages, how the character would act as opposed to how I always play Colin Robinson. So it was a kind of a long, complex process that took about 1.5 years of discussing different ways to do it, different ways I should perform it. A lot of YouTube watching of teens and tweens having meltdowns. And it was hard not being able to play off the rest of the cast. Matt especially, most of my scenes are with Matt, and we both love to improvise quite a bit, so that was a bit constraining.
Yeah, and there's a lot of chemistry between Laszlo and Colin Robinson. Laszlo obviously finds out that that you're going to die, and so what was that like? It was like a dynamic change, obviously, from the previous season.
Yeah, well, I found out before anyone else, because you told me when I was at home in London, and I thought he's been killed off.
Oh.
So I was like, geez, that's pretty harsh. He didn't mean that. What he meant was he was going to die, then he was going to come back, obviously. So it's a great idea, to kill someone and then to bring them back immediately, I think, in the next series.
I also did have to call Mark when Colin's character dies and go like, all right, don't worry, this is not, we still like you.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's a cartoon. I didn't think I was killed off. But, it was reassuring nonetheless.
We considered all the options, right?
And obviously, raising a boy is different. We're in the household of vampires. Everyone has their own agenda, but then they come back and they see this boy. How was that dynamic raising the child? Harvey, you play obviously Guillermo, and it's like you have to pretty much help take care of the baby while everyone else is off probably sucking blood.
Well, I mean, he was on his way out the door. He had been, screwed by this group of vampires for the last time. He was heading out the door, but he decided to stay because there's a child now in the household, and that Nandor asked him to be his best man at his wedding soon to be, and to first help him find a bride. So it was nice to kind of feel that there was always a hook to have Guillermo stay behind. But like Guillermo says in the episode that just happened, my mom worked a lot when I was little, and that was, no kid should have to go through that. And so it was more of staying behind and helping kind of co-parent this child, where I guess online they've named him Theo Memo, which is Uncle Memo, because there is a nurturing side to Guillermo. He knows what it's like to be without a parental figure for a long time. He doesn't want that child, and kind of becomes co-parent with Laszlo, and we play that off each other. Someone's playing good cop, bad cop, and someone wants him to do musical theater, and Laszlo does not. So it was nice to play off. Matt and I don't really get to do a lot of things together, so it was nice to play off of him.
Thank you guys so much. Again, congratulations on the 5th and 6th season you guys have coming up. But that's all we have the time for today. But again, thank you guys so much for today.
Thank you.
You'll find more What We Do in the Shadows on Hulu and FX, but don't go anywhere because there's more What We Do at Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
What's up, everybody? I'm Max, and this is Brian, and we love spooky horror games. So obviously we're excited for the Callisto Protocol, a terrifying deep space survival horror action game filled with hideous creatures called biophage.
Speaking of which, I actually got turned into one with a full costume. Check it out. The Callisto Protocol is an upcoming survival horror action game that is crawling with nightmarish creatures that would make absolutely killer costumes. And what better place to cosplay than the long overdue return of San Diego Comic-Con?
We were inspired by the Callisto Protocol's developer Striking Distance to bring this nightmare into a reality, and I agreed to be the victim.
I guess this time I am the creature that's getting kit bashed. This is Kit Bash Creatures, sponsored by the Callisto Protocol. Located in North Hollywood, Ojala Productions has made a wide variety of practical effects that have appeared in everything from horror movies to heavy metal music videos to
animatronic mutant wolves, you name it.
Jim Ojala, the founder, showed me around his workshop and gave me a tour of some of the various costumes, prosthetics, and creature effects he's worked on over the years. Well, let's go take a look at what we're gonna be making, or you're gonna be making.
Absolutely, let's do it.
Cool. To give Jim a better understanding of what he was turning me into, I showed him the Callisto Protocol trailer, which is chock full of biophage grossness.
Crazy.
Then we jumped on a call with Glauco Longi, character director at Striking Distance Studios. We were hoping you could give us some input on sort of the different variations of the biophage and, what might make sense to turn me into.
We definitely have many different variations. We could start looking at the old biophage. So these guys are mainly found in the deep sections of our planet. They are very old, so old that this mutation took over their bodies and now they are actually stuck in walls, as we saw in the trailer a little bit. We also have what we would call the regular biophage humans that are infected, full of boils kind of growing over their shoulders and their heads, and teeth coming out of, like multiplying and growing all over their face, their bodies. Big mouth, we also saw that one in the trailer, and that one has actually 2 jaws. Imagine like the biophage a little bit more on steroids. A little bit bigger, still boils, still same type of language in the body, the flesh, but now his head is actually splitting apart. Very, very aggressive.
Then, Jim walked me through the design elements that would prove the most challenging to create practically. A costume of the old biophage that was screen accurate would likely require CGI to get the waist skinny enough. Talk about unrealistic beauty standards.
Probably not the best choice to do practically.
On a similar note, the big mouth design doesn't really allow much room for my chin unless we comp that out in post too, or gave me horrifying surgery. So that leaves the regular biophage, specifically this guy covered in tumors and boils.
Yeah, I think this is the winner, and you can have pants on too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's Comic-Con policy. You can't just walk around bottomless there. Anyway, let's see exactly how Ojala Productions makes a monster. In a perfect world, a life-size mold would have been taken of my head, but luckily Jim had the mold of this guy's head laying around, and as much as I love to sit very still with my head covered in slime, his measurements are close enough to mine that they're gonna work, and that'll save the Ojala crew a ton of time. Psycho here is working on sculpting the biophage head on top of the epoxy head cast. She's working with oil-based clay, which won't dry out, so she's got plenty of time to add all the necessary details, and there are quite a lot of details. This is starting to come together, but there is still quite a ways to go, so while she's working on that, let's head over to the body shop. The folks working on the suit had a bit of a head start, or a body start, I guess. The costume mold is ready to go, and this stolen Forever 21 mannequin will go inside it. I'm just kidding, it's a body form made from a cast of another guy around my size. The lining gets a few dabs of liquid latex to reinforce certain areas, and the zipper gets covered with tape to keep it getting all gunked up with foam rubber. A layer of foam latex is applied to the inside of the mold by hand to make sure that all the details get captured. Once that's done, the body form gets locked into the mold and it gets pumped full of freshly mixed foam rubber, and when it's cured enough to move, the whole thing gets loaded into a giant oven where it's baked at 130 degrees for 8 hours, and after that, it comes out as one solid piece. Alright, let's see how the hands are coming along. Special care has to be taken with these because they're generally subject to more wear than the rest of the body. I mean, assuming I don't fall down an escalator or try to breakdance and ruin the rest of the suit. Eventually, there are going to be some fingernails, but those will come later. Seiko's been hard at work on the head and neck, and it's really coming along. Something tells me that she has looked at some truly horrifying close-up medical photos for reference. I'm sorry you had to do that, but it paid off and we are ready to make a mold of this beautiful, disgusting head. The clay bust is laid down and a wall of wooden blocks is built up around it, epoxy gets poured onto that, and it gets flipped over and repeated. Next, it's time for the best part, a luscious haystack of fresh coconut shavings dusted in powdered sugar and then drizzled with creamy caramel sauce. I'm kidding, this is fiberglass and a bunch of hazardous chemicals to make it harden. Do not put this on your ice cream or you will definitely die. In fact, do not eat anything in this building or you will definitely die. With the fiberglass in place, this mold is tough as nails, or tough as fiberglass, which is actually stronger than nails, and that's good. And now it's time to turn this bust into a mask. Holes get drilled in the mold to make sure the foam is everywhere, a nylon sock gets put over the head form, and eye and mouth holes get cut out. After that, the mold gets locked down and pumped full of foam latex. Once again, this is loaded into the oven and cooked, and this time it's at 170 degrees, but only for 5 hours. And now, it's time for the big reveal. And yeah, that is one gnarly biophage. All right, well, I guess I should just put this on.
Let's do it.
Now, before any more work gets done on the suit, it's probably a good idea to make sure it fits. I swung by the studio again to try it on, which is quite a process.
That's surprisingly comfortable.
You hear horror stories about actors being stuck in makeup chairs for 8 hours to get in costume, and thankfully, this is way easier, but it's still a 3-person job and it's a bit of a tight squeeze.
So I have a latex allergy, is that gonna be a problem? I'm fucking with you.
Next, they're sewing in some snaps, which is going to make it easier for me to get in and out of the costume, and also to hold down any loose flaps or edges without having to resort to any glue or adhesive. Next up, it's time for painting. The base coat is being done in a dark purplish, which will get dry brushed with a lighter flesh tone to make all the details pop and accentuate the shadows. These basic tones are being done in rubber cement-based paint, which will really bite into the mask and won't rub off. Which is important because this mask is going to get manhandled quite a bit to fit over my big dumb head. More delicate airbrush paints are applied next in a variety of tones for bloody gums and lots of veins. You know, gross monster stuff. A similar approach is taken with the suit. Without enough contrast, all of that fine detail is going to blend together. To further accentuate the tumors, they're being outlined with airbrush to make them really look properly malignant and inflamed and just nasty. And you know what? I think this costume is finished. Now it's time for me to hit Comic-Con. Let's do this. Would you get a load of this thing? What an absolutely hideous, beautiful creation. The artists at Striking Distance designed a truly repulsive creature, and then the team at Ojala clearly knew how to bring that to life effectively. Great job, everyone. If you want to get up close and personal with the biophage yourself, there's a whole bunch of them waiting for you in the Callisto Protocol, which is coming to consoles and PC on December 2nd. And for everything terrifying, be it made of foam rubber or killing you in a video game, you're already in the right place, IGN.
This December, Striking Distance Studios wants to drag you into space kicking and screaming so you can trudge through horrifying corridors and eviscerate nightmarish monsters, maybe brutally dying trying. The Callisto Protocol is coming, and here to talk to me and Brian all about it are the stars of the game, Karen Fukuhara, Sam Witwer, and also joining us, CEO of Striking Distance Studios, Glenn Schofield. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
This is awesome. We were so excited for this game. We just want to geek out for a second. That's all. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
So, Callisto Protocol, we know a decent amount about it, that it looks like you're going to see a lot of guts and blood and brutal stuff. It's probably going to be scary and also kick some ass. But there's also a lot about the plot that's kind of, shrouded in mystery, such as your characters, your roles in this. Karen, who are you? What are you doing in space?
Good question. I play a character named Dani Nakamura. She is the resistance fighter leader of a group called the Outer Way, and she finds herself imprisoned on the moon Callisto with Josh Duhamel's character Jacob, and they kind of have to figure out how to get out of there.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Sam.
Yes.
You're probably like the nice guy in the game, right?
My character's job is to help you as much as
you
can. Yeah, I'm just trying to be helpful. Leon is the captain of the prison guard. So yes, he is only trying to make sure that everything is orderly and everyone is having a good time.
Of course.
Activities.
Yeah, of course.
Activities.
For everyone, yeah.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
One day you'll get a villain role.
Oh yeah.
One of these times.
Yeah. No. Totally.
Now, Glenn, horror is like it's a tough genre to nail, right? Like, were there parts where you were making this game where you're like, this is not scary enough, like make it scarier? How did those conversations go?
Oh yeah, we try stuff out all the time. It's you try something, see if it works. If it doesn't, you just try again. So we talk about it like it's like comedy. You can do it one or two times and then that's about it. So and if it doesn't work, if it's not funny, if it's not scary, you do it again.
Now, were there any sort of specific references you were pulling from, whether it's like, movies, books, comics, actual science that, was a big influence on the game?
We try and, I know it's all about monsters, but we try and do things that are based a little on science, and that's why it's on Callisto, because Callisto is actually a moon with water. It's actually called a dead moon, and they say that sometimes scientists say that could be a place that we do colonize someday. It's cold, but it's livable. So that's why it's there. And we do a lot of other things. Biophage is actually a real term. It has to do with a virus. So yeah.
This is the optimistic future that we are all looking forward to.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the dead moon.
On the dead moon.
I was going to say,
can all.
How bad did we mess up Earth that we're like, we should go live over there? That seems like a nice place
It's
to go.
all relative, man.
It's just a prison. That's why
it's just a
that's there,
prison. And if people would just do as they're told, I promise you a very pleasant stay.
Wow. Now, I got to ask, like, what is the Callisto Protocol? Like, in terms of, is that like the rules or like what?
Well, I can't give that away.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'd like to.
You
But there is a
title's a
secret. The title's a secret. Yes, you find out what it is, and if I kind of gave it away, it's a little twist to it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I want to tell everything. Developer wants to go into everything. I'm telling you.
I know. Yeah, you have to guard yourself from yourself.
Well, there's people out there to guard me.
I know. They're here to stop you to make sure that you don't steal.
Sniper up there.
Yeah,
and
and it's our job to get them out of you, but we have to meet in the middle somewhere. So, now, Karen, this is going to be like a very weird question, but I actually really love your cooking show.
Oh my God. Thank you.
What do people eat in this game?
What do people eat in this game? That's a great question, Glenn. You know, it's like movie magic, you know? They don't go to the restroom and they don't eat anything, right?
Well, there's not a long period of time here, but they kind of eat each other right now, you know?
Great answer.
Yeah, I was going to say the biophage seemed to be eating Jacob.
Eating very well.
Yep, they're hungry.
Yep.
Yep. I love that. Now, I guess what made you go with Sam and Karen? Like, what did they bring to the roles?
Now, why would you do that?
Well, you know,
I wanted Troy
love Karen's stuff, and you know, a couple of guys were like talking to me about Sam, and you know, we look back on his work, and it's so wide ranging that we knew he'd be great for Leon, and same with Karen, just fit the part really, really well, and you know, nowadays you need good actors, you have to, right? Or they're going to bring your game down, and these guys are great actors, so really helped us.
Now, we've gotten to look at a lot of enemies in the game, the biophage, they're all just varying degrees of utterly horrifying. Are there going to be any sort of jumbo-sized, you know, sort of boss fight type creatures? I guess, again,
yes.
secrets, but
yes.
yeah.
No, I'll let you know. There's some big ones in there. Yeah, absolutely. And some pretty cool ones. We go a little crazy with the deaths as you get deeper into the game, but you got some big ones, and you have to really figure out how to kill them. It's like a puzzle.
Now, Karen and Sam, were you like ever just disgusted looking at this stuff? Like, what's your? I mean, I know both of you have probably a significantly high tolerance for blood and guts and horror at this point. But were there things in this game where you were just like, that is gross? Because I've seen some enemies, and I've seen like that we had like a monster costume kicking around here, and it's like, there's some nasty looking stuff in there. So was there anything that you were just like, okay, that's too far?
I mean, Sam's, you know, it's not your first rodeo with video game world, but for me, you know, when we're doing the motion capture, everything is imagined. And of course, during rehearsal, I had access to the artwork and the vision and the world building, but you kind of had to imagine it. And I think the first time I really realized how terrifying the game was when the trailers came out.
Right. Yep.
And I mean, it was the infected look insane. And to be truthful, I'm really excited to see the final product. I think, yeah, I won't be able to see like what it actually is until it comes out.
Right.
And yeah, I'm right there with the audience out there. Yeah.
That rules.
What about you?
They did an incredible job at bringing us up to speed. They had this whole video and all this documentation. So it's one of the projects that I've done here where we actually knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's that thing with the thing. Oh, yeah, cool.
It's over there.
But as much concept art as we saw, yeah, I wasn't prepared for the trailer. Yeah. I was like, oh, so this is because when we see it, it's, you know, even when they show us, oh, here's what we shot a few weeks ago, it's all gray and, you know, polygons and you know, wireframes and
right.
There yet. It's not slimy quite yet.
It's not. They didn't add the
exactly.
slime.
Yeah, later.
Yeah. I'll scrub it down with slime because that's a thing in space.
Yes.
Space is like full of vacuum and slime, basically.
That's why I don't go there.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I'm dying to check out Callisto for myself. You can all check out the Callisto Protocol. Later this year on December 2nd, it's coming to consoles and PC. I'm very excited to get my head ripped off, probably.
Yeah.
Sounds good, you know? Anyway, lots more Comic-Con coming up. Stick around. Don't want to go anywhere. Up next, we've got the big MCU universe-shaking panel. We're going to be covering that live, so hang out.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton White's here. I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Welcome back. This is IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022, and if you're just now joining us, you are in luck because there is tons of cool stuff coming up.
We are just minutes away from the big, huge Marvel Studios panel in Hall H. This is historically when we get a roadmap for the next few years of the MCU.
And for the 7,000 people in the audience, they sometimes get a sneak peek of something new and exciting, and luckily, one of those 7,000 people is one of our IGN people, and they're going to be giving us up-to-date updates about what Marvel's showing off, and we're going to be telling all of those to you live. Spoilers.
Ooh. Secrets. And still to come after that, the cast of For All Mankind will be here to share the secrets of space. And later on, we've got a bunch of AEW wrestlers crashing our stage. What could possibly go wrong? But right now, Kamehame, have a look at what Dragon Ball stuff we found at Comic-Con. You wrote it.
I made him say that.
How dare you? That's not fair. Kamehame, have a look.
I'm Kat Bailey, and we're currently here at San Diego Comic-Con. We just got out of the Dragon Ball Super superhero panel, and I'm joined by Akeem, resident Dragon Ball fan, who's going to tell us all about it.
Yes, look, I cannot believe what they showed. They showed us 20 minutes of the beginning of the movie, and it was phenomenal. Without spoiling anything for you all, I just want to assure fans out there, because I know a lot of people were skeptical about the animation direction with them moving into CGI territory. Rest assured, they really took their time with this one, and it really shows.
Yeah, the environments were a little bit simple, but one thing that I really liked is you can see the detail in the characters. And one thing they were talking about during the panel is how they use hand-drawn animation to touch up the CG so that it doesn't look quite as jarring, and you can really tell the effect during the battles.
Yes, we saw Pan, by the way. I'm just going to put that out there. She's 3 years old in this movie. She was being trained by Piccolo, and her motion was just so fluid. Like, she was moving like an actual toddler. Again, it was so cute. And from what we saw, this is definitely a Piccolo and Gohan movie. And we also saw a new cut of a trailer that I'm pretty sure they're going to drop anytime. And in that trailer, we get our first look at Broly in Dragon Ball Super Superhero. Obviously a fan favorite. Everyone loves Broly since his movie came out a few years ago.
Absolutely. Who doesn't love Broly? Also, who doesn't love the English Piccolo actor coming together with the Japanese Piccolo voice actor and being able to interact for the first time in the same room?
Yes, that was epic. Like, honestly, and again, something like that can only happen at San Diego Comic-Con. This is like the biggest stage for something like this to happen, and I'm glad they found years, but like over 20 years of Christopher Sabat voicing Piccolo, they finally get to meet in person in front of all of us, thousands, hundreds of fans, I would say, in Hall H. It was amazing.
I also loved learning about Furukawa's Piccolo collection,
Yes.
which is apparently 3,000 strong and takes up an entire room in his house. I love it.
Yeah, honestly, I wish I had room for even 6 Piccolo statues.
I was gonna say, like, which room in your house is devoted to a Dragon Ball character, and which Dragon Ball character is it?
You know what? I'm gonna reserve my answer for after I see Dragon Ball Superhero on August 19th, because I might just rack up some of those SH Figuarts action figures that I saw on the showroom floor, because I don't know, Piccolo, I think this might move him up a notch. Vegeta is my favorite character, but I don't know, we'll see.
You're Team Vegeta.
I am. I'm Team Z Fighters, is what I'll say. But we'll see what this movie has in store for all of us.
Well, our hype level is over 9,000 for this movie, but we'll be seeing lots more at San Diego Comic-Con, so keep an eye on IGN, and we're on with the show.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Tom Jorgensen for IGN. I'm here with my buddy David Edmondson, who's the marketing director for Bandai, and we are here at the Dragon Ball Experience here at San Diego Comic-Con. David, how you doing today?
I am fantastic. It is bright.
It is very bright.
It is an amazing San Diego day. I can't wait to show you all the amazing Dragon Ball stuff we have to offer from all of our Bandai companies. It's going to be amazing.
I think I can see Goku in the sky with a spirit bomb. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, if we're looking for Majin Buu, he's about to get hit with something. We need to run away.
We might want to get inside.
Yeah.
But there is so much going on at this booth, so much celebration of Dragon Ball history and the future of Dragon Ball. Can you tell us a little bit what fans can expect here?
Absolutely. So this is really a love letter to the fans, whether you're a fan of the original Dragon Ball Z, Super, GT, the new movie, whatever you're a fan of, we got you covered. Like you mentioned, we got history on the wall. We have things from all of our Bandai brands. We have figures, we have model kits, we have statues, we have cards, we have so much. And what's really cool is it's for the fans, and so we have all these amazing statues you can take your picture with, all these effect parts, so you can be Goku, you can be Vegeta, you can be even Frieza. You want to be Frieza? I'm not going to judge. Be whoever you want to be.
It's fun to be bad sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you want to be bad. But it's just all for the fans, so they can look and they can see all of the amazing things that we have to offer for them, and we can't wait to show everybody.
And there are some things that fans just won't be able to miss. Let's address the Great Ape in the room. You guys have a very large Great Ape Vegeta over there.
Yeah, we have a 24-foot Great Ape Vegeta. He wandered in one day, and we didn't want to ask him to leave, so.
Well, you know, there's so much here to be excited about at the booth. What are some of the exclusives that are only going to be able to be purchased by fans here at the con?
Absolutely. So we have 4 exclusives for Dragon Ball. We have our Shenron, which is this amazing metallic green. It just shimmers in the sun that we'll see a little bit later. We have a Good Buu. He's a plus-size model like me. We have Android 16, and we have this amazing Goku Super Saiyan with an effect part that's got little tendrils of lightning coming out of it. It's super cool. You're going to love it.
Well, we got to go check that out. Why don't we go take a look? You know, I got to be honest, kind of always wanted to do this. All right, so we just had to stop over at this pretty amazing display of Dragon Ball figures right here. Now, David, a few of these are con exclusive, and we'll get a closer look at some of the con exclusives in a moment here. But let's talk about the big man on top. Tell me about this Shenron.
So Shenron is an exclusive for the event. He's one of my favorite figures we ever had. He's different from an original release we did. He's got kind of like this metallic green. He looks really like a dragon. Like he looks like he could just summon the Dragon Balls at any moment now.
People often ask me who my favorite member of the Ginyu Force is, and while they're all good friends and it's very hard to decide, I would have to go with the King! Now, it wouldn't be IGN at San Diego Comic-Con if we weren't giving you a closer look at some exclusive premieres. And here with the SH Figure Arts collection, we have just that. David, can you walk us through some of the new figures?
Absolutely. So we have Andrew 19 and 20 from the Red Ribbon Army. As you can tell from the Dragon Ball Superhero trailer, the Red Ribbon Army is back in a big way. So it was just good synergistic timing to bring these two back. They've been fan favorites for a while. And surprisingly, the figure we get the most requests for is Pan. And we're able to finally display Pan for the first time. Dragon Ball has so many characters. There's such a huge line. Everyone's got their favorites, and there's a lot of people who really wanted the Pan figure, and so we're happy to finally be able to give it to them.
David, thank you so much for taking us through the Dragon Ball experience here at San Diego Comic-Con. So much cool stuff for Dragon Ball fans here.
You're super welcome. I apologize to your wallets, and if you have friends who are going to have to loan you money, you're going to sleep on their couch because you're not going to be able to afford anything, but I hope you had a great time looking at all the Dragon Ball goodness we had here.
We sure did, and if you're at San Diego Comic-Con, you can come by and check out the Dragon Ball experience behind the Marriott, and if you're not at San Diego Comic-Con, then you should be keeping it here on IGN for all the latest.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe is one of the biggest pop culture projects in human history, and unsurprisingly, the Marvel panel at Comic-Con is usually a showstopper, and if you couldn't get into Hall H to catch the panel in person, well, we couldn't either, but our show is the next best bet because we've got somebody in there right now who's feeding us updates in real time. Here to help me unpack everything, but also to fanboy out and trip over our words like I am, I'm joined by Joshua Yale, Brian Altano, Scott Kalura, and Akeem Lawanson.
Hey! This is it.
Yeah,
this is the biggest moment of Comic-Con, I think.
Oh, no, easy, yeah.
Absolutely, right?
So, yeah. I mean, let's sort of, I guess, address the elephant in the room. Like, Phase 4 has been kind of meandering. Like, people don't know where things are going. Everyone's kind of really feeling the absence of, like, a big bad. It seems like the next big one is going to be Kang the Conqueror, who popped up at the end of Loki. And just this afternoon, we got a poster for Ant-Man and the Wasp and Quantumania, which has Kang in the background in his classic sort of blue face. And it's Jonathan Majors. He's confirmed he's going to be there. And then just recently, this is where it gets interesting. A whole bunch of trademarks popped up. At Marvel
Sneaky.
filed. Yeah, I don't know if this constitutes spoilers for the panel that we're spoiling for you right now, but bear with us. Avengers Secret Wars, Avengers the Kang Dynasty, Avengers Eternity Wars, Captain America New World Order, Captain America Red, White, and Black, Multiverse Saga, Nomad, Celestials End of Time, and one that people have been guessing for a while, Thunderbolts.
Yeah, if I can say, Kevin Feige not too long ago said, you know, we do have a plan for Phase 4, and those who know what to look for will see that we're pointing towards one thing in particular. And when you look at the incursions and multiverse, and the fact that there's the Venom symbiote is or piece of it is lurking around the MCU right now, all those things point to Secret Wars. So the fact that one of those trademarks is Avengers Secret Wars has got me hyped, and I'll totally lose my mind if they announce it.
But what if it turns out to be the original Secret Wars from the
With the Beyonder?
Yeah.
Just completely derails everything else that's going on, and just this man in white shows up like, "Come play my games with me."
Well,
And
maybe
people just
David
get zapped out of
Hasselhoff,
there.
right? I mean,
Right.
I mean, the Beyonder looked like David Hasselhoff to me. so.
Right. Well, the villain is like it was originally the Beyonder, and then some people are thinking it could be Kang. In the most recent version of Secret Wars, it actually could be Doctor Doom.
So we might have spoken too soon about Phase 4 because Feige just confirmed that it's going to be ending with Wakanda Forever. So Phase 5, it's going to be Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania kicking it off, Secret Invasion, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Echo, The Marvels, someone spelled Loki wrong, Season 2, Blade, Ironheart.
That's Loki. Look, I see a different.
Yeah, Loki. What do we got here? Agatha, Coven of Chaos, Captain America, New World Order, 18 episode of Daredevil, Born Again. Oh!
Born Again, indeed.
Yes. All right. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if we got cool logos or anything yet, but if we do, we can't show them to you. I don't know. See, I'm watching somebody type this in real time. Phase 5 will culminate in July 26th, 2024 with...
Oh, look.
Oh, they're showing it. Okay.
Okay,
that's,
awesome.
Wait, no, that's Phase 4. Get
Yes.
that out of here. We don't like Phase 4. July 26th, 2024 with Thunderbolts.
Okay.
Oh, no way!
Okay. All right, so Joshua, contextualize this. What is Thunderbolts?
Well, if you know DC, the Suicide Squad, this is Marvel's team of like anti-heroes and villains. They've been setting it up. It's clear as day. U.S. agent Yelena is going to be the Black Widow. I wouldn't be surprised to see people like Abomination, filling in the Hulk role. Tons of people. Ghost from the second Ant-Man movie could totally show up in that. And then we all know, of course, I'm blanking on her name.
Well,
Contessa.
Yeah, Contessa. Julia,
yes, she'll show up and she'll be the
Dreyfus.
leader, the
Yeah,
orchestrator of the Thunderbolts.
She's the Nick Fury.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. She-Hulk mini panel. Don't give She-Hulk a mini panel. Give her like a mega panel. She's huge. She's tall. She's a large woman.
It's funny that way.
Yeah,
it does.
So this
I
is-
agree with that. That is huge news that this phase is ending there. Because I think if you look at the amount of movies per phase, like we're kind of hovering in the same thing. Obviously, this time around there's a bunch of TV shows to go with it. So content-wise, hours-wise, we got so much more here, but it still doesn't feel completely conclusive. Like it doesn't feel like everything that's been happening can be wrapped up with Wakanda Forever.
It's almost like Phase 4 has been an intermission or something,
Yeah.
Like let's take a break and just kind of do our own thing for a while and reset before we get to the next Infinity War.
All right, we have a Phase 5 grab. We've got Wakanda Forever here. I think have we seen that? Have we seen that logo?
I believe so. We've seen the Wakanda Forever logo before, yeah. What we haven't seen is a trailer for Wakanda Forever.
No.
And it's apparently still supposed to be coming out this year in November. I'm super excited for it. And
Here we go. Okay.
It's all about.
All right, so this
wow.
Oh, so this is Phase 5. Okay.
Yep. Daredevil Born Again. Man,
Secret. So they're all in on Charlie Cox because he was also announced to be doing the voice in Spider-Man freshman year.
Yep.
I would not be surprised to see him in She-Hulk, Attorney at Law.
Of course.
Yeah. And so you can get a good idea of what's a TV show here and what's a movie, right? You see that Disney Plus logo underneath? That's the clear giveaway. But yeah, we're getting closer to Blade.
Okay, so we've got Ant-Man, the Wasp, Quantumania. We've got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Secret Invasion, Echo, The Marvels, Ironheart. I'm kind of jumping around here. It's Loki Season 2, which it doesn't matter where it is on the timeline because they get to go do every which way. Blade, Agatha, Coven of Chaos, Daredevil Born Again, Captain America New World Order, and then Thunderbolts right there. Man, this is a lineup.
Seriously.
What's New World Order? Is that referencing a storyline that doesn't ring a bell to me?
Does not ring a bell to me either.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's, it definitely, you can draw conclusions or theories. I mean, a New World Order is a very, you type that on the internet, you're going to get some weird theories, but
Yeah.
So like there was that trademark for Nomad, and we know, or there's rumors that Nomad's in Wakanda Forever. So I don't know if he'll probably get his own movie eventually, right? Did you not know that rumor?
I don't know. I don't know. I keep track of this stuff.
Spilling secrets on the stage.
I don't know how you would incorporate Nomad there. That feels like out of place. I don't know.
I mean, do it the way they always do. You have a magical circle, and he walks through.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, we've had a lot of people dudes who look like Nomad in Guardians.
Yeah.
What are they called? The Space Squad.
You guys, the Nova Corps?
Star Corps, something.
The Nova Corps?
Nova Corps. How did I forget that?
Yeah. Well, you're
Wait,
talking about Nomad or Nova?
I'm mixed up. I'm an idiot.
Nomad.
Nomad, who was Bucky at one time?
Oh man, now you're getting deep.
Okay. Anyway, we're
not to be confused with
yeah,
Nimrod
totally.
from the X-Men.
Okay, so we've got the She-Hulk cast talking about how it's the first half-hour comedy, which is interesting. I like that they're taking that direction. I mean, this is the thing that I've really appreciated about Marvel, is that as it's gotten bigger, they've been able to basically have genres within this universe. Like, it feels like a universe.
Totally.
I mean, it feels like Marvel Comics, to the point where, like, if there's something that doesn't particularly interest you, you don't have to follow it. You know, like if you're just, I mean, I know a lot of people were kind of fair weather on Miss Marvel. Moon Knight didn't grab me, but like, you know, if you want to get really up to speed and read everything, you can be a completionist and jump on that, and that's rad. But like, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing with big Marvel crossover events is like that's when they loop you in. That's how they get you. They make you care about all these different, you know, intertwining threads. And
yeah, we have a note here on She-Hulk that it's basically their first half-hour comedy.
Yeah.
And it's to explore different aspects of the characters and the roles who've already been established there. Especially characters that we've only seen in dramatic roles can now show up and be like, hey, you get to let loose in a comedy for a little while. And I love that.
It's Ally McBeal with gamma radiation.
Yeah,
I love it.
That
sounds good.
It's also,
Could possibly go wrong.
We know that Bruce Banner is in She-Hulk in some capacity, and it's nice to let Ruffalo kind of lighten up a little bit because the Hulk is traditionally like this angsty character, right? So yeah, put him in a comedy. That's great.
So yeah, they're showing a new trailer for She-Hulk. She-Hulk is coming up very soon. That's like
August.
Yeah, that's right around the corner.
Oh, that's great. So the trailer shows, and we'll probably get it eventually, but Bruce wakes her up with an air horn, which immediately pisses her off and turns her right into She-Hulk. That's a mean thing to do. I love that. That's a good bit. And they train on an island together.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm in. That's a blast.
Oh, and there's Tim Roth there. I'm glad we got more of him. I want the guy that they had set up to play the leader, briefly.
Yeah, we've got to get there eventually. Yeah.
With the guy who was like, you know, we thought you was a Toad from Oh Brother Where Art Thou? That guy.
Yeah. It's Looking Glass from Watchmen also.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
God, yeah, no, he'd be great.
That'd be incredible if the leader showed up in She-Hulk as well, like finally paying off that plot thread from the Incredible Hulk. And he's like, look what the Hulk did to me. My head is huge. I want to sue. Maybe that's why Ruffalo will be in She-Hulk, because he's being sued by the leader.
It feels like a Venture Brothers or Harvey Birdman arc.
That would be the better way to go for the leader, right? Just like take legal action. Don't like become a world conqueror.
Get litigious.
Cool. So
I'm really excited for Secret Invasion though. Out of all this stuff, I'm looking at.
Yeah, all of this stuff is just like blowing up on Twitter right now. It's amazing because everybody is just finding out about it. The Daredevil stuff, I don't think I've seen people this happy in a very long time. This is, like to go from like a canceled show or an ended show that we never really didn't think would return to like getting an 18 episode run is amazing. That's going to be huge.
Yeah. And there were rumors for so long that Charlie Cox is going to come back, and is it or is it not part of the MCU? And yeah, now we're getting it, which is great.
No, I mean, there's a running thing. Like we look at titles like Born Again, like they frequently take liberties. Like it's using a familiar name that maybe gives you an idea of what's going on, but like obviously like Civil War was sort of a little bit different. Like it was there weren't any mutants involved for obvious reasons, and I mean. Different thing entirely, but X-Men First Class wasn't X-Men First Class. They were just it was just a name. Sometimes that's how it goes. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah, when you first said Born Again, I was happy, but then I thought, well, they kind of already did that in the series proper in season 3.
That was season 3, right?
Yeah, so I think that maybe they're taking the name more in spirit to use as like he's reborn in the MCU, like proper.
Right.
Yeah. We have the She-Hulk trailer right now. Let's check that out. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Oh no.
Okay.
All right.
Hell, man!
Still in control, no overwhelming feelings of rage.
No! A normal amount of rage!
You do revert back to Gen form when you sleep.
Was the air horn really necessary?
For comedy, absolutely. This is a multi-year journey you're about to embark on. Yes. Yeah. Who's your best friend?
Nikki.
Spandex. Spandex is your best friend. Being a Hulk asks for balance. You have so much more to learn. Yes.
Okay, so yeah,
Clearly nailing
I
it
love
at all these
this.
things.
I mean, I know the special effects were something people were nitpicking. This does look a little cartoony, but like it's a She-Hulk show. I'm okay with that.
Right, exactly.
This also just looks, I don't know, this looks really fun.
The fact that it's a comedy, I think, like takes a little bit of the pressure off the CG not being totally believable. Because if it's a little goofy, that's okay.
Yeah, and you know what? It's always not final in the trailers as well. Now she just broke the fourth wall a second ago, right? Which is
that's new,
and it's totally like.
Oh, is that Abomination?
There he is.
Kill my cousin Bruce. Yeah, that's great. Oh. People only care because I'm
I really hope we
representing
get
Emil
some
Blonsky.
like
I think they care
Monster of the
'cause
Week
they're
style
like,
like throwaway
"Hey,
villains
girls
of just
great."
deep cut characters.
Yeah.
On like the legal side of things.
Do your thing. God, I really like this outfit.
Apparently, Bullseye will be in this show.
That was what?
Yeah, Bullseye will appear.
Ooh.
Which Bullseye?
I don't know.
Well, that was
a horse from
one they
Toy
set up
Story.
in season 3.
We answer
Wong!
to a higher power.
Of course.
We
Wong
knew he
is
was gonna be
everywhere.
there. And there he is. Oh,
yes! Wow.
With the pointy ears.
Yeah.
And now we can find out what they were doing together in Shang-Chi.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Whether you like it or not, you're now
Okay,
a
I'm into this.
superhero.
Let's do this. You know that friend you had in high school who was way cooler than you were, attractive, got all the attention from everyone?
That's the Mania?
Hello.
Right.
Oh right, yeah.
Speaking of Secret Wars, I think she debuted in the Beyond or Old School.
Really? I love that.
All right.
I'm excited for this show.
Oh. Oh!
That was awesome.
Born again, indeed.
All right.
Yes.
Well-
in another show first, and then his own show.
Yeah.
I love that.
You predicted it.
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm just so happy to see like faithful costumes on the screen. It's like
Yes.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, but the costume looked different, right? I'm trying to. It didn't.
It was black costume. Can we
Was it
run
black?
that? Can we see that Daredevil bit again, please?
Freeze frame that. Let's run that back. The trailer.
Yeah.
Because for those who don't know, well, She-Hulk, she is a lawyer, and as is Daredevil, and so I think it's like a superhero fantasy to see them argue a case against each other.
We're going to take a quick break. Much like Infinity War, our coverage of this panel has to be split up into multiple parts to keep your anticipation going, and also we got to get Akeem's mic working again. We'll be right back. More MCU after this. Stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Excelsior, and welcome back, true believers. If you're just now joining us, we are frantically refreshing Twitter feeds and Reddit pages and our own internal stenography doc to find out what's happening in the Marvel panel over in Hall H right now. While we were gone there, we got some updates about Secret Invasion. Kobe Smulders is back. We've got Nick Fury meeting up with Rhodey. They're being very vague about this. Apparently the whole thing here, like obviously this is about Skrulls, you know, and you don't know who's who, so it's kind of a good setup for some spy stuff.
It says it's a darker show. They're going to get deeper into characters. It's going to be an exciting thriller. Ben Mendelsohn's there. That's nice. He likes to show up and be broody and sinister.
Yeah.
That's always a fun time.
And Scrolly also.
Apparently there's a new trailer. We don't have it quite yet, but I expect that'll pop up very shortly.
Yep.
And we can
Yeah,
talk over it.
and what's interesting about Secret Invasion is when we met the Skrulls and Captain Marvel, they were the good guys, right? That was sort of like the twist at the end that, you know, they're on the force of good. Secret Invasion is about them secretly invading Earth to try to take it over. So I am curious if there will be like a splinter cell of Skrulls who broke off, probably led by Talos's daughter, who we saw had a little bloodlust in her eyes at the end of the movie.
Right.
And the rumor is that Emilia Clarke will be part of it, and she's playing the villain, the Skrull Queen.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're being vague. Like in the I guess the footage they showed, Fury says he's the last person standing between them and what they really want, but doesn't say what it is or what they want or who they are or any of that stuff. So it's, you know, they could
bet it's evil Skrulls.
Evil Skrulls is a safe bet. That seems like they do get evil here and there. You know? They've been known to cause some problems. Right now, there's an Ant-Man and the Wasp mini panel going on. I don't know. It's weird to call these mini panels, but
that one makes sense.
That one does work. She-Hulk mini panel, no thank you. Ant-Man and the Wasp, yeah, little teeny tiny one.
Tiny panel.
Miniature. Panel for ants. But yeah, Peyton Reed on stage brings out Katherine Newton, who plays Cassie Lang. We got that tease of her. In the comics, Cassie is Stinger?
Stature and Stinger. From the poster we saw, she's wearing purple, which is more Stinger. So I think they're going that way.
It says the third movie will get to spend some time in the quantum realm, tons of surprises, and a lot of new characters in this movie. So that's pretty awesome.
So is Stinger stature when she's small?
Yeah, her being more Wasp than Giant.
Okay, that makes sense.
Giant Man.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, I'm trying to.
And of course, Katherine Newton is our new Cassie Lang. The role is recast.
Right. That's right. And Kang we assume that he's a different Kang than who we saw on Loki, right?
Right.
He who remains died on Loki, but it's the multiverse now, right?
Right.
I'm so excited to see Jonathan Majors, hopefully being, multiple Kangs.
Yeah.
Going nuts, doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you see him in the corner here, like here. This is the poster that got shown off. I have a sneaking suspicion somebody might have jumped the gun with this one, but here it is. And there's Jonathan Majors up in the corner there, looking appropriately Kangly.
Very Kang.
And there's, they got the whole matching family outfits there.
Yeah, there's Scott, Hope in the middle, and that's Cassie Lang. That's what very much appears to be her Stinger persona.
Yeah, they really, this is a very, for a teaser poster type of thing, this isn't really a teaser. This is just kind of like, there they are.
Yeah.
And there's everything.
Totally.
Have a look.
Well, this is our first look seeing Kang as Kang the Conqueror, right?
Yeah.
Because when he showed up in Loki, that was a different version, right? Someone who was more kind of even-keeled, more of his sort of immortus personality from the comics. But Kang the Conqueror is the one who's bad news.
Yeah. We saw a statue of him at the last shot.
In the end.
Right?
I think this is that guy.
It must be.
Yeah.
And of course, Cassie then is a member in the comics of the Young Avengers, right? So we've been thinking they're setting up Young Avengers forever, it seems.
There've been a lot of little trail of breadcrumbs there.
Yeah, they have them everywhere, Kate Bishop and everybody. So we keep.
I'm actually shocked that the rest of Phase 4 and none of Phase 5 involves the Young Avengers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we've been hearing about it for years, and there's so many characters in the MCU now who are a part of that team.
Yeah, but we've only heard about it doing things like this, where a bunch of nerds are sitting around talking about it. Like Marvel has never officially confirmed anything about Young Avengers, right? And they're so tricky that way. You know, we know it's in there, we know it's going to happen. Well, Phase 6.
Disney Plus just confirmed that Vincent D'Onofrio is coming back for Daredevil, obviously.
Right.
Shocking.
Yes.
but
I would hope so.
Yes. You kind of need that man to show up and yell about wine.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the Kingpin is, of course, a key player in Born Again, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you know, we did get him a little bit in Hawkeye at the end there, so it sounds like they've got a lot of plans for him. That's awesome.
Will he be wearing the Hawaiian shirt?
I was wondering that.
Yeah.
Like, clearly we're fans of that look over here.
Yeah. So of course, I mean, it's a different Kingpin in Daredevil, though. Like we're all in agreement on that, right? Like it's not the Netflix Kingpin in Daredevil.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, they said yes, it is, but as we've seen him, that's a different guy. He's like a cartoon character. He gets like cartoonishly blown across the room, and
Gets hit by
he
a
stands
car.
up. He's totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, one of our traditions here at IGN during Comic-Con when we do this live show is that it's a tradition we started in 2019 is that we get very excited for Blade, and we only briefly touched on this. So I think it's important to announce, and let's just say right here, that Blade will be in theaters on November 3rd, 2023. Blade. That's the one I can't wait for. I'm so excited for them to do some like actual legit horror stuff. I think they'll really get in there.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping to hear about
that logo rules too.
Yeah, it does. And of course, he was hinted at the end of Eternals, right? In one of the Stinger scenes, right? So
He showed up to warn Black Knight against that cursed sword.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see Kit Harington in the Blade movie as Black Knight.
yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
For anybody who's like keeping up on recent post-credits appearances, it really feels like they've almost misdirected us with those based on the upcoming lineup, or else they're just sort of like lining the roster to be like, all right, here's who's out there. We'll give them a call if things get weird. But
Right, yeah. Yeah, there's an interesting trend now where it's like, famous person is now this character, and then you don't hear about them again for, you know, I guess at this point, a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Because unless they come in as supporting players. But
that's why this panel right now is such a big deal, because like we had a couple Comic-Cons from home and Marvel's back just revealing an entire slate of movies.
Exactly.
This is what they did in 2019, and like I think that's why this feels so big, is because they didn't do this for a few years.
yeah, definitely.
now speaking of Blade, this is sort of, there's that weird corner of like this sort of horror Marvel stuff, and there's the currently untitled Halloween special, which people think is going to be like Werewolf by Night.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know, I love that they're again, this is getting big enough that you can have like a, half-hour lawyer comedy, but also a Halloween special with werewolves, and also Blade. Like, it's a universe. It's big.
And it started with Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness was obviously a Sam Raimi movie, right? I mean, but the idea, if it is Werewolf by Night, that's so cool. And then you got to hope that they bring Dracula into the mix, because he was a villain in Blade, right? So, I mean,
there's a lot going on there.
Marvel even has a Frankenstein monster.
Yeah.
Which is
they are showing footage for Ant-Man 3 basically right now in the room. This is like exclusive to the panel, but our friends here are describing it. It's Scott is basically just wants to be a boring dad. He's like doing a reading at a bookstore, and the phone rings. Cassie calls him. She's in jail. She was trying to do something that matters, and Scott says he already saved the world, and you're welcome to get me whenever you need me. And then it ends up with Bill Murray in the quantum realm and the MODOK face, and Kang calmly approaches Scott. Footage ends.
Wait.
Oh, and Jonathan Majors just came out. Jonathan Majors is currently on stage.
All right.
Hopefully he's not harassing that Lang family. To leave them alone. They were having a nice
Bill Murray.
panel.
I'm sorry, I just heard Bill Murray and MODOK face?
Yes. MODOK face. Just a bunch of question marks.
Bill Murray's
I want to know more about.
MODOK? What the hell?
Well, poor Amelia, our colleague who is typing this frantically right now, is trying to keep up as best as she can. So, but we have questions for her.
Jonathan, on He Who Remains, this is a different variant of Kang.
Right.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So, confirmed, obviously.
Yeah.
He says, there will be conquering.
Very nice. This is cool. Now, weird thing, we got to look at a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of other stuff that's announced that it's kind of, I don't know where it is. We've got Ironheart and Armor Wars, and then this supposed Wakanda series floating around out there somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I just want to point out that IGN just tweeted in all caps, Bill Murray is in the new trailer for Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Bill Murray is in the MCU. We're very excited about this. That's huge. That's awesome.
They should have brought the Bill Murray from Zombieland into Marvel Zombies, actually. That would have worked.
Peyton confirmed, that's the director, that this was indeed MODOK. So,
okay.
Yeah. We're getting a live action MODOK.
All right, MODOK. Hell yeah. Get MODOK out
I'm
here.
so into that.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope they, maybe Patton Oswalt already has some work to do, but it would be nice if they got him as MODOK as well.
I'll just say more of you should have watched that show because it needed a second season and it was very, very good. So go watch MODOK.
And he was here today too, wasn't he?
That's right. He interviewed a beetle on our balcony.
Looks like we're moving to Guardians of the Galaxy
Guardians
3
3?
now.
Yeah. They're moving on to our Guardians of the Galaxy 3 mini panel. James Gunn is on stage. This is awesome.
Yeah,
I like this.
Yeah.
I wish we were there, but it's still cool.
I'm having a fun time here. I don't know.
On our laptops, just
this is
frantically
part of
typing.
the line to the panel right here. You're last, Max.
Because
I'm sorry.
It goes from the convention center through our studio,
and then
back
out to
outside
there,
down the street. Yeah.
There are there's a few cast members for Guardians Volume 3 who haven't been, their characters haven't been revealed, like Maria Bakalova, who was in Borat 2, and Nico Santos. It's just cool that they're, sometimes we get surprise reveals of hey, this person's in here, and sometimes you get here's a person in here, we don't know who the hell they're playing.
This is really awesome. James Gunn's on stage and he says, you want to hear something weird? I was trying to figure out when I started working on a Guardians of the Galaxy. Turns out it was exactly 10 years ago this week. I flew out to pitch Guardians of the Galaxy while they were filming Iron Man 3.
Wow.
So yeah, it's been a full decade that he's been with these characters and telling these stories.
Crazy.
It's really, really cool.
And think about how much Guardians changed the MCU too. I mean, Thor Ragnarok wouldn't have happened if Guardians hadn't been so successful, just tonally.
So there we have a picture of MODOK, and I guess just imagine Bill Murray in there.
I can see it.
That's breaking my brain right now. I'm trying to figure that out. That is the idea of Bill Murray inside that thing is so wonderful.
I don't like it.
A perfect joining of a bunch of weird things I grew up loving.
No, thank you.
What?
Someone just wrote Bill Murray is not MODOK. I don't know if that's
what.
If
Bill Murray is not MODOK.
He's not MODOK, but then why is Bill Murray there? I'm kind of curious.
Sometimes he just shows. I don't think they even cast him. He could have just wandered in and be like, "You guys need help doing the dishes?" That's sort of.
He's just there. I don't know.
That's a bummer.
My apologies for freaking out about nothing.
Yeah.
The way it was written in our doc, I now see there was a period between we see Bill Murray, period, we see MODOK.
Fake news, man.
All right. The good news is Bill Murray is still in the movie and MODOK is still in the movie.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be a problem.
In the quantum realm. Bill Murray is in the quantum realm. I mean,
This confusion wouldn't happen if they just live streamed the panel, but then we also would be sitting quietly watching it and not, getting to do this. But thank you for watching, by the way, if you're watching along at home.
By the way, James Gunn also said for Guardians of the Galaxy 3, we're jumping around a lot here. We're having fun. These characters are a bunch of oddballs and outcasts. When he started telling the story, he had an idea of where they were going 10 years ago. This is the end of that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Really sad.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, he has said a lot that this is the end, that this will be a trilogy for this iteration of the Guardians, and then after that, it'll be something new, something else. I'm sure the franchise will live on, but for these characters, as we know them...
Well, they already killed off one of them.
Yeah.
Too, right? So
but then brought her back with time travel.
Actually, and they killed off Groot and brought him back with baby Groot.
That was his child. That was his son.
Yeah,
Well, so they're showing footage right now, and apparently Gamora's running a section of the Ravagers, and Quill is shocked to see her, but Nebula isn't. She set up the meet. Gamora doesn't remember anything about the Guardians. Peter says she was everything to him and thought she was gone. That's. I have questions.
Right. Yeah.
What's going on there? That's anything's possible. You can just rip a hole in the universe and have that person walk out, but.
Well, so we last saw her at the end of Endgame, right? And she took off without the Guardians, right? So I'm assuming this movie's mostly, the emotional crux of it has to be getting her back.
I mean, that's a huge...
Oh, we're going to get Baby Rocket?
What?
Should Baby Rocket looking terrified and getting grabbed by a hand?
It has to be.
Are they going to do flashbacks?
Oh, wait, but Baby Groot's not even a baby anymore. He's like a teenager now.
Right.
So.
And in fact, I think he said we're getting a new version of Groot that we've never seen before.
Oh, Adam Warlock appears.
There we go. Adam Warlock. Groot is a big boy now.
I really hated that lanky teenage look. I'm glad that he's
So
a tree
Adam
again.
Warlock was teased at the end of Guardians 2, right?
Yeah, and that's confirmed to be played by Will Poulter.
Right.
Yes.
Who gets his head smashed in Midsummer.
I forgot
He's
about
on a sacred tree.
That's
which
right.
Is sort of a Groot.
So yeah, the trailer's apparently shifting between goofy and like really serious and sad. So it's gonna be gonna be
wow.
cool to see James Gunn doing
I mean,
this.
that's what he does, though, right? That's what he's good at.
Mm-hmm.
But Adam Warlock, I mean, he's kind of like a space Jesus character, right? So it's
He got like a proper introduction in the Guardians game that came out, which obviously different universe entirely, but you know.
Yeah.
You didn't play the Guardians game, you screwed up. Go check that out. Anyway, we have lots more of this coming up. We need to take a quick break. The MCU panel continues. It's going to keep going for a while, and I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg, so stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
And we are back discussing all the big news coming out of Marvel's big Hall H panel right now here at Comic-Con. We're not in the room, but we have someone in there who's giving us like bootleg announcements very slowly, and we're trying to follow along the best we can and relay that information to you. We found out who Maria Bakalova from Borat is playing in Guardians Volume 3. She's playing Cosmo the dog.
Yes, yes, a beloved member of the Guardians of the Galaxy in the comics. So I'm here for it.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
That's gonna be really funny. You know, I mean, Guardians they do very funny stuff in there. But
was he in the collector's lair? Like, I think we got like a cameo of the dog.
Right. Yeah, we have seen Cosmo before.
Yeah, right.
Coming back.
Nice.
James Gunn said on the third Guardians, I think it's been about telling one story between the three films with a couple of sideways adventures. This is about the final arc that we began at the beginning of Guardians and all the characters. When I first talked about doing Guardians, he said, I don't know, it sounded kind of goofy, like it was like Bugs Bunny joining the Avengers. But obviously, if there's a cartoon, what makes him real? And I realized he was the saddest creature in the universe.
Man.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny inspired James Gunn's Guardians. I'm into that.
we got a casting. Chakudi Iwuji, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, stars as the High Evolutionary.
Okay.
Which is
That's intense. That's huge. That's big.
Yeah.
Kind of like a weird cosmic Marvel villain. You know, one of those trademarks earlier that we brought up was Avengers Eternity War. You think he would be the villain of such a
I don't
war?
even know. Like
film?
I feel like some of those names have to be pranks.
I think
They have to be clever pranks.
don't they file a bunch just to throw people off?
Yeah.
I imagine.
You know
so.
what? It worked.
It did. Yeah. God.
All right, do we have any other stuff going on? We have an image of MODOK apparently. I don't know if it's the same one from before. Can we see the image? Are you guys?
We would like to see several pictures.
Are they
of
doing
MODOK
pranks
today.
too?
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! It's not Bill Murray. Put him
not
away.
Bill Murray.
I made
But
him
it should be.
Again,
this is look. This is
what are we doing? This is
It's not even a good picture of him. That's terrible.
frightening.
Take that down.
It's not even.
This is why we get angry comments. Put it away.
Yeah, I've never seen MODOK happy.
This is called fan casting, okay? It's also called incorrect journalism, and we love to do. We love it here. It's important. That's beautiful.
Damn it!
That is
Get
art.
that off of the screen. That's our
Someone
producer
out there
who's
that
been
looks
like
just
up our
like
ass like for weeks and weeks, being like Comic-Con has to go smoothly, and then he made that on his phone. What the hell, man?
Take that off the screen and then email it to me so I can get it tattooed because I want it. And I also want it as my desktop background, which is a lot easier to change than a back tattoo.
So we're getting a little bit of MODOK confirmation here in our news chat.
Really?
Our report, well, not the confirmation of Bill Murray, but Matt Fowler, who's in the panel for us, said, we saw what looked like MODOK, and Feige was asked, was that MODOK? And Feige said yes. So it sounds like it's super quick glimpses of things in the quantum realm, and Feige just confirmed MODOK, but did not confirm Bill Murray MODOK.
It's because Bill Murray's not playing MODOK. We just completely got messed up about that.
I'm trying to help Joshua out here.
No, my reputation's in the tank right now. But at least we have that cool fan art.
We'll always have that art that we saw earlier. That was a beautiful moment we got to share here.
I love that.
Yeah, it sounds like right now they've got the Guardians on stage and they're just doing kind of victory lap type of stuff.
Totally, yeah.
Looks like
I'm
they're
hearing that Bill Murray is really pissed that he's
talking
not
about Bill
MODOK.
Murray.
Bill Murray is hiring Jennifer Walters to sue IGN right now.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
We do have a picture of the High Evolutionary. I hope it's not weirdly photoshopped on something. Joshua, what do we know about this guy?
He tampers with genetics and stuff.
What could possibly go wrong in the Marvel universe if someone were to tamper with genetics?
It's interesting because in the comics, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, were mutants, and then when in the MCU they weren't. In the comics, they then had a revelation that thanks to the High Evolutionary, they were just people he experimented on to give powers that seemed like a mutation. So all that said, he actually is involved in a lot of crazy stuff. I don't know what he's doing in the movie. That's kind of a twist for me, but that is a key Marvel Comics character. It's very interesting that he's now in play. In the MCU.
I don't think they're ever going to put those X-Men in there. They're just messing with us.
Yeah, we're the X-Men.
Yeah.
We've been up here for 40 minutes and we haven't said the X-Men yet. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're not coming.
What but they bought them.
They bought all that money.
They bought the X-Men. They bought the Fantastic Four.
They're keeping them in the package to retain the collector value.
Look, I would love to sit up here and look at MODOK photoshops all day, but where's the Fantastic Four and the X-Men? What is going on?
So that's a really good question because last time we were sitting here doing this, they did announce Fantastic Four, and most recently that lost a director, so it's kind of back to question marks with that one. I mean, you kind of have to wonder how, things do get announced and sometimes they don't happen, and we sort of, the MCU is pretty solid at this point, but at the same time, they're not infallible, and they change their mind about stuff.
Yeah.
We've had projects get green. There was an Origins Magneto movie at one point, and then that evaporated. Channing Tatum as Gambit. These movies didn't happen.
Oh right.
Channing Tatum was on stage at the Marvel panel as Gambit. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. We've got a Fantastic Four logo. It's kind of weird to sort of pull that out.
This is a very funny quote. James Gunn on being asked about Adam Warlock. He was almost in Volume 2, and I'm glad he wasn't because I think Will was only 11 years old at the time. I'm glad we got the opportunity to introduce the real, true Adam. That's awesome. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Will, on playing Adam, he says, I'm truly grateful, pretty surreal to have ever stepped on the Guardians of the Galaxy set. Huge admirer of everyone and also absolutely terrified, but was welcomed in the family and couldn't have been treated better. That's sweet.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. He's in what, the Maze Runner movies? Isn't he Edmund in Narnia, I think? Am I crazy?
Oh, yeah.
And he pees on that tree and
he pees in the tree, but I mean, he's kind of typecast as
sort of a, he's kind of a pain in the ass.
The tree pisser.
Well, I hope he doesn't pee on Groot in this movie.
I know. Actually, I kind of hope he does.
Okay.
I hate to revisit the whole MODOK thing because in fear of seeing that image again, but I'm looking at the chat. We're reading chat, by the way, everyone.
Be nice.
And someone has an interesting theory. Apparently, I Am Tam River in the chat says, rumor is Yellow Jacket is MODOK after getting shrunk and disfigured.
Oh.
That's
a horrible origin story.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since the first Ant-Man.
But he's confirmed, right? I think he might have leaked that.
Right.
Yeah. The actor who played Yellow Jacket.
Yeah, people in the chat are saying, Black Jack is MODOK.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not true.
No, definitely not true. We'll probably have a Photoshop of that soon.
And they meant Jack Black, by the way.
Back to Guardians 3. Like I said, we're hopping around. Maria Bakalova said, on being Cosmo the Space Dog, exciting, scary, I'm shaking and nervous and couldn't be more flattered to enter the MCU with Guardians of the Galaxy because I really met a family out here. I feel like I'm doing something meaningful, and I love it, and I hope you love Cosmo. That is a beautiful phrase for a talking dog.
Right. Well, it actually speaks telepathically.
Right.
But still in a very thick Russian accent. So.
How does that work? Well, James Gunn has such an affinity for doing these animal characters too, right?
Yeah.
And I get the sense that we're going to get Rocket's origin story perhaps in this as well.
Right.
So,
for clarification, I think we kind of jumped around earlier, but it's going to be a flashback where we meet Baby Rocket.
Okay.
And then probably see that merchandise literally everywhere,
Oh, yeah.
alongside Baby Groot.
You'll get to meet Baby Rocket at Target and Walmart.
Then they meet Baby Yoda.
Oh, yeah.
But Baby Rocket was, I think the idea is he was not a necessarily an intelligent creature, and he was manipulated through cyber technology or something, right? But
Yeah, and he hints about that in the first Guardians.
Right.
Like they did horrible experiments
Yeah.
on
Would that
it.
be a high evolutionary and like a flashback, maybe?
Yes, let's go.
Max just unlocked it. Yeah.
There we go.
Weird dude in space, experimenting on raccoons.
So the High Evolutionary is being spooky and walking around the hall right now.
Okay.
He stole someone's phone.
What?
Where are the Guardians to stop him?
I wonder if is he an official Marvel hire, or is it just a guy who happened to be in cosplay as the High Evolutionary walking around the halls?
I know everyone thinks it's part of the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marvel said, "Quick, we need to top The Rock showing up in Black Adam costume during the WB panel. What do we have?"
I have a feeling we might get the Guardians trailer soon because the description of it is it's set to the Flaming Lips, Do You Realize, and sets up a doomed love story. So that's going to be awesome. Or terrible, bad. Good for the audience, though, right? We love a good doomed love story.
We have people in the chat, that are just tuning in. Shame on you, by the way. They're wondering if they can get just a quick rundown of some of today's announcements that we've gotten so far.
Sure.
Yeah. So basically, Phase 4 ends with Wakanda Forever,
Yep.
and there is Sorry, I have a bunch of tabs open. Which did they actually? They announced Daredevil: Born Again, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is in May, Echo in summer. Quantumania is the start of Phase 5.
Yep.
Which will be followed by Secret Invasion in spring 2023. Can we pull up the timeline again, just to show that? And so, yeah, it's all leading up to Thunderbolts, which is going to be the big kind of culmination.
Yeah, July 26, 2024, Thunderbolts will end Phase 5.
Yeah.
And then there was obviously a bunch of show stuff. There's the new Daredevil season, which is getting 18 episodes. Ironheart's coming to Disney+, Agatha's coming to Disney+, Echo, Secret Invasion's coming to Disney+. So yeah, you see a good mix of movies and shows there, kind of bouncing around a lot, which is I think that's their strategy forever now.
And another big announcement, we got a clip of Quantumania that showed off MODOK, we think. I guess it's MODOK. He's in there. They said it's MODOK. It is MODOK. We didn't get to see it, but I want to see it. Where's MODOK? And also Bill Murray, who's in there in the quantum realm.
But Bill Murray is not MODOK.
No.
Apparently not.
He's not.
No!
Stop showing it. So I forgot about this, but Bill Murray totally just blurted that. He can do whatever he wants, and he just blurted that out. He's like, yeah, I'm in Ant-Man, I think. And I mean, this is the guy who was like, yeah, I was in the Garfield movie because I thought it was a Coen Brothers movie. It was the wrong Joel Coen or whatever. And I don't know if that's true or not. He's a weird dude. He operates on his own wavelength, and he could have totally just lied about being an Ant-Man to mess with people.
There's the Guardians mini panel still happening inside of the Marvel bigger panel, and Iwuji just said, and now obviously he's playing the High Evolutionary, "Call me sire, I'm pleased to be here. As I look out at this crowd, I'm reminded of my true purpose of this universe, to take unevolved creatures such as yourself and create something less reprehensible. Thank you for inspiring me with how awful you all are. The bile in the back of my throat is all the motivation I need to move forward and create a new species. I cannot wait to dissect all of you and see what I can learn." Holy crap. So that's threatening.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I love that.
His method.
And he took a guy's phone.
That's the worst.
That's the
the worst kind of
You're not supposed to have phones in there. That's why he did it. That's actually that was a superhero move on his part. But a lot of people still have phones. So if you want to see what his costume looks like, just go look that up. We'd get in big trouble if we showed it to you.
Yeah, and on our behalf, thank you for sneaking phones in there.
Yeah.
So if he's going to be the villain, and then I thought Adam Warlock was going to be the villain, but I think Adam Warlock, who is supposed to be the perfect creature, is probably somebody that the High Evolutionary wants, is going after him. And I imagine the Guardians will have to help Adam Warlock.
Yeah.
And then probably they'll team up to stop the High Evolutionary.
And Gamora has no memories of her time with the Guardians.
Right, because it's 2014, Gamora, who never met them, never fell in love with Star-Lord.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Leave me alone, I don't know you. Why are you so obsessed with me?"
That happened to me in high school, actually, with my girlfriend.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, man.
Wow. Scott, that got so dark. Thank you for that. That was great.
Oh, Fantastic Force.
Whoa,
What? What's happening?
Oh, Phase 6.
Phase 6?
What?
Phase 6.
Wait, they're talking about Phase 6?
Fantastic.
Oh, they're talking Phase 6, I guess.
Avengers, the Kang Dynasty.
And Avengers Secret Wars.
Secret Wars!
Whoa!
Hold it. Hold it.
Secret Wars!
Nice!
You got it,
Secret
Jeff.
Wars!
Secret Wars! Secret Wars!
And
Oh
Blade.
my gosh.
And Blade.
Okay, so Phase 6 starts with Fantastic Four, ends with Avengers Kang Dynasty and Avengers. So that's their next Infinity War and Endgame.
Yes.
Right.
Leave it again.
So Avengers, the Kang Dynasty, and Avengers Secret Wars is the next Infinity War and Endgame.
Yes.
So the Kang Dynasty and Secret, I feel like one should be Phase 7. Like those are two mega stories.
The phases don't mean anything. They're all made up. It's they move the goalposts.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of takes the weight off of Phase 4 sort of being meandering, right? Because like they're obviously setting up something massive for
Well, like
6.
Again, this is a growing universe. Like, and it's very easy to sort of compare what we got. Like, Phase 1 culminated in the Avengers. Like, that was a pretty big, like, earth-shaking thing, and that was even just teasing, Thanos and building up to that. And Thanos was a big, huge, big bad. That was a multi-phase build-up,
Yep.
Like, I guess we're doing that all over again.
There's the Fantastic Four logo we got a couple years ago, it looks like a Zamboni drill.
Oh!
Ice.
Oh, there it is.
There's the
Okay.
Avengers, the Kang Dynasty.
That is certainly
That
an
is
Avengers
sick.
logo.
So I think I see what's going on here, that I feel like this will be the confrontation with Kang the Conqueror,
Yeah.
right? Then at the end of that movie, things are going to go bad. If things follow the comics, essentially the entire multiverse will be destroyed, be remade as one world, battle world, and that's where Secret Wars happens.
Okay, so they're calling this the multiverse saga. I guess these bunch of phases together is the multiverse.
So yeah, it's like a murder of crows. Like a group of phases is a saga.
So and there would be another three phases.
Yes. They said, where else can we possibly go? Well, there's one more thing. We talked about the past, we talked about the future. Let's talk about forever. Now they're jumping into what kind of forever stuff, which, as we found out earlier, is the end of Phase 4. And now we know about Phase 5 and 6. This is wild. I was not expecting this.
There's a musical performance happening. So here's the Secret Wars graphic, which these are all kind of the same graphic, but I really like that one.
And of course, like it's been
look
said.
at that logo.
That's awesome.
That is sleek.
Yeah, that's very dope. I like that a lot.
And it's been said before, but like Secret Wars is how you then bring the X-Men into the fold if you want. You can bring Miles Morales, like anyone from any universe, they all can start to live in the same happy.
It basically is the original Fortnite. Like just a bunch of characters get dropped on an island and they got to fight each other.
Right.
But Joshua, can you sort of contextualize like Secret Wars? It's one of the first really big crossovers, right?
What is Secret Wars?
Well, they made, originally it was like an excuse to sell toys. Well, what isn't these days? But they just take all the Marvel heroes and villains and threw them on a world. The Beyonders, like, I want to watch you fight and see who wins, good or evil. Of course, Doctor Doom in the end stole his powers, and they had to stop Doctor Doom instead. But they had a modern Secret Wars where, due to incursions and multiverses smashing, the different universes of the multiverse smashing into each other, eventually they were all destroyed. Doctor Doom pulled together all the pieces to make one world from the pieces of all the other alternate realities. And then once they ultimately defeated him and turned the world back to normal, it had all the best parts of the other multiverses. So if you have like the Fox universe with all the X-Men, you could fold that in to the main, MCU universe. Kind of like how they did in the comics, where Miles Morales was in another universe, in the Ultimate Universe, but post-Secret Wars, they said, oh no, he's always been there. They folded him into the reality of the Marvel Comics universe. So I think they could do that with whatever they want once we get to Secret Wars.
Okay,
You're so good at this. You're so good at this.
We have some dates. Fantastic Four, November 8th, 2024. Avengers Kang Dynasty is May 5th, 25.
Whoa.
And then Secret Wars is just very shortly thereafter on November 8th, 25. And then, the multiverse sagas, phases 4 to 6.
So who's in the Avengers now?
What is an Avenger, after all?
Right, yeah, exactly.
I gotta say, I appreciate how IGN is just consistently tweeting in all caps right now, because I think that's where we all are right now. It's beautiful.
Must be Vega.
This is a lot.
Or
this
Ben.
is good.
Yeah, Fantastic Four will kick off Phase 6, which is pretty. There's only. It looks like there's a cup. They're gonna like fill in all these blanks right now. So that's pretty awesome.
And Joshua, you mentioned how in Secret Wars, a series of incursions is what's leading to the end of the multiverse, I guess. And I believe that when Clea, Charlize Theron, showed up in the Doctor Strange post-credit scene, Multiverse of Madness, doesn't she mention that there's an incursion going on?
Yeah, and Mr. Fantastic earlier in the movie mentioned them as well.
He did, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so there you go.
So yeah, this has definitely been seeded. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, Feige hinted at this, and we're getting Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Are they burning through this stuff too quick?
You know, this sounds like they're like, we're not coming to the next 3 Comic-Cons, so we'll just leave you with everything.
Yeah.
You know? We're going away for a few months. I left some food in the fridge.
Shut up, nerds. We got to go write some movies. Anyway, here's some logos.
Okay, Ryan Coogler is making his way to the stage to talk about Wakanda Forever. So it sounds like they're probably gonna end around this stuff, unless they have. I mean, who knows? They've announced way more phases than I expected today.
Yeah, I'm hoping they definitely show us like a trailer finally, because I'm so curious about what Wakanda.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one I'm super excited for.
Yeah.
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, because I'm just curious what direction they're going to go. Of course, with everything that we've been hearing about this particular movie, and I'm super excited for it.
Oh yeah.
I don't. At least let's get some glimpses. I want to get some footage of it.
We need to jump to a break really quick, but we will catch everyone up on what's going on after that. Stick around. More Marvel after this.
You're right though, Max. Like it is kind of like where to.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Welcome back. This is IGN Live at Comic-Con 2022, the one in San Diego, not the New York one. Probably could have figured that out. Anyway, we are keeping you up to date on what's happening in the Marvel Hall H panel, which is ongoing right now. We are getting crazy updates all the time. It's very exciting, and I wish they would live stream that so we could see all the cool stuff happening in there, but instead we've got people inside feeding us details. Anyway.
They announced Phase 6.
Phase 6. We're sort of like, Phase 4 isn't going anywhere, and they're like, okay, here you go.
Yeah.
So we saw the Phase 5 timeline, which is pretty filled out with a lot of stuff that we're familiar with, and here's this big, just
So Phase 6 kicking off with Fantastic Four. They haven't announced casting or anything like that yet, and it doesn't have a director. And all of these are going to get filled in with logos. Now, how many of these things will be movies or Disney Plus shows? We don't truly know. But I feel like we're getting Doctor Doom on November, what is it, 8th, 6th, 2024. It's very far away.
You think it's that far away?
I don't know.
I think we're going to get Doom way sooner than that.
Well, there was
at least
rumors that he might pop up.
Victor Von Doom.
Ooh, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm very into that. So right now, inside Hall H, the Marvel panel is still happening, and Ryan Coogler's on stage talking about Wakanda Forever, which we found out today will be the end of Phase 4. He says, what's up, Hall H? It's been 5 years since I was here. 5 years ago, I sat right there. We premiered the first footage from Black Panther 1, and the late, great Chadwick Boseman was sitting with me, and the cast hadn't seen the footage yet, so when we played it, he was excited. He grabbed my shoulder with his hand and was just squeezing down on my shoulder. He got so excited, he squeezed so hard, and I couldn't even lift my arm. Oh, it's very sweet. Chad is no longer with us physically, but his spirit, his passion, his genius, and his pride in his culture and the impact he made on this industry will be felt forever. We put that passion into this movie. It goes to places of Wakanda we haven't seen before, but also goes places new. I brought some incredible artists who help us tell that story up right now. So, yeah, it sounds like they bring the cast up and the new cast members and stuff like that. So yeah, this is the end of Phase 4. So they're going to end on a big note because I think a lot of people were sort of like, what's going on with this phase?
Yeah.
This will be a big one. And this is where I think Doom's going to show up. That's my theory. I think they'll sneak him in there. But there was also like the Nomad rumor. So like, who is in this movie?
Maybe we'll find out.
Well, Namor, because Amelia just typed it.
Oh, Namor, not Nomad. What am I talking about?
Were you talking about Nomad? No, Nimrod.
MODOK.
So it looks like we have confirmation on Prince Namor, who is a legend.
Oh, cool. And yeah, right now I do believe we're looking at the performance that opened up. They had a musical performance happening. I don't know if this is currently happening. This is real time.
Yeah, this just happened right before they brought the cast out.
So Prince Namor is he's like the oldest Marvel character, I believe.
Yeah.
He predates Marvel Comics, him and the original Human Torch. And he, like T'Challa, is a king. He's the king of Atlantis. So he's...
You called him Prince.
Did I call him Prince?
Prince Namor.
All right. But he is Prince Namor.
You're not wrong.
Okay.
Which one is it, Scott?
You're getting me back to the Bill Murray thing, right?
Hey, I got to get the heat off me somehow.
It feels like we're going to get the trailer for Wakanda Forever soon.
Yeah.
So obviously keep watching with us because we'll drop it right here just like we did with the She-Hulk trailer earlier. And we can all watch it together and have a good time.
Yeah, right now, one of the actresses is speaking, Lupita Nyong'o. She talks about returning. It feels monumental to be back in Wakanda and to invite you guys back. We get to see more. That's all I'm going to say. Hopefully we get to see more of Wakanda Forever.
Yep.
I'm hoping that trailer drops. Of course, Letitia Wright is returning, Denai Guerrero as well. And then we have some new cast members who I don't want to butcher any names. But we do have some new cast members that will be joining the sequel to Black Panther.
Yep. And Namor will be played by Tenoch Huerta, who I believe was in Narcos, which you should also watch. You have a lot of homework today.
Yeah.
Go watch some shows and movies.
So Namor, I imagine, will be the villain because in the comics, he is like Atlantis essentially becomes a rival kingdom to Wakanda, and then he and Black Panther end up like hating each other. Both of them, and again in the comics, and this is actually in the story that leads up to Secret Wars. They're both on the Illuminati in the proper main Marvel universe, and they grow to hate each other. They go to hate each other. Like eventually, at one point, they're put in like a situation where they need to decide: do we destroy our universe, or by letting it crash into another universe, or let both just annihilate each other? And Black Panther's like, no, we can't do this. And Namor essentially goes behind his back and like makes it so our universe annihilates theirs. He's like, I make the decisions, you won't.
Wow.
One of the defining things about Namor is that he's kind of a dick.
Oh yeah.
Like he's just.
He totally is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Curious Rex. And then, of course, you guys are talking about Dr. Doom, but I mean, that's the third Marvel Universe king, right? I mean,
Latveria.
Yeah, so we got a lot of royalty coming in.
I think we're going to have somebody. Have we had somebody in the MCU name check Latveria? Has that happened before?
Not yet.
It seems like we're going to have that happen before we have anything else happen. I mean, it's one of those things you can just kind of acknowledge it. Like we had, Falcon Winter Soldier had Madripoor, and it's like, okay, so Wolverine hangs out there sometimes. That means that exists.
Yeah. And I think we got a map of Wakanda back in like Iron Man 2 or something. And it took so long to get to.
Yeah.
But they got there.
So yeah, the
Namor's on stage right here. There he is.
Awesome.
He doesn't look anything like Namor. Namor doesn't wear a shirt. He used to have like little Speedo on with wings on his feet.
You get kicked out of Comic-Con if you dress like Namor. You gotta put clothes on. That's a big part of it.
One of the few Marvel Legends figures with just bare feet.
No shoes, no shirt, no Secret War.
Yes.
And Namor has also been a long time coming. Like he's had complicated rights issues, and we at IGN we've interviewed Kevin Feige a few times where we've tried to get to the bottom of that. Like over the years, like can you guys use Namor or not? And obviously he got there somehow. It's the same reason that the Hulk can't really get his own.
This is Riri Williams, who's going to be Ironheart, and she's played by Dominique
Thorne.
Dominique Thorne. Okay.
Awesome.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah, she's going to debut in Wakanda Forever, and then we will meet her. She'll get her own series, the Ironheart series, later on.
Yeah. And she sort of inherited the Iron Man mantle, is what her thing is, right? So,
essentially, yeah. Yeah, she's like, a whiz kid and an inventor and is super smart. And, Tony Stark built the first Iron Man suit out of scraps in a cave. She built it in her garage. Like she's like, I could do that, and then she just like cobbles it together, and of course it like crashes like on her, like she brings it to school or something. But she's in an incredible character that is gonna be awesome to see them spin out into her own show for sure.
I wonder if she'll show up on Armor Wars as well, which we didn't hear anything about today, did we?
No, we didn't.
Not yet.
She is an armored character. I would totally
make sense.
I can see her showing up in that for sure.
Yeah. You need people in armor to participate in the Armor Wars.
So it seems like they're really just kind of treading water until they show the trailer. I mean, obviously, they're excited to be there. That's got to be like so cool to be just completely locked down under heavy NDA and top secret stuff, and then come out and be like, hey.
Some of the cast members are talking about like calling their mothers or their friends or girlfriends and being like, hey, I got to tell you about this movie I'm in, and being really excited that they get to tell more than those two people now. They get to get up in front of an entire room and be like, hey, I'm in Wakanda Forever.
Yeah,
this is
right?
huge.
Yeah.
So right now, sorry.
I was going to say, like, that's the place to do it. Like, doing it in Hall H where people are just excited. It's like, I think, putting an announcement out there on the internet, you're just going to get people being like, I don't know about this. But, like, that's people who are just, hardcore fans, and they're just cheering. And it's cool.
Another thing about Namor, which maybe this is wishful thinking, but he's technically a mutant. also.
Yeah.
So, you know, that could somehow connect to X-Men. I mean, I don't know, Joshua, you might be raising your eyebrow at me right now.
No.
Because you know better than I do.
No, please go on.
I mean, just he was in the X-Men at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
You know, he is a mutant for sure. A lot of the time he's like, look, I have my own business.
Right.
Charles Xavier, go
Right.
run your school.
Right.
I have a whole kingdom to worry about.
Right, yeah.
But I could definitely see, you know, them taking another step towards X-Men by having, you know, confirming that somewhere in the movie.
Right, yeah, totally.
Yeah, they're all kind of talking about the impact that the first Black Panther had, obviously, for everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
it was a cultural moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it changed everything.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
yeah, so it's really interesting to see where they're going to go from here.
Mm-hmm.
There's some casting. So all the actors on the panel right now are like, yeah, sharing stories and talking. But Michaela Cole came out on the stage. She is an actress of note. She was in I May Destroy You, which is an incredible series. And I don't think they said who she's going to play yet. So I'm very curious for them to hopefully eventually tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it wishful thinking that it'll be Storm from the X-Men?
I think it might be MODOK. Damn it, Brian.
Bill Murray MODOK. Well, Storm was married to T'Challa in the comics.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, they were at one point.
At one point.
Yeah.
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 You know, the other thing is with Secret Invasion on its way, which deals with Skrulls who can shapeshift, a lot of these characters could be announced as one player and actually be secretly a Skrull, right? I mean, like, we don't, anything could happen at this point.
Wakanda could be secretly invaded.
Yeah, it could be, right?
Yeah, no, that's the whole plot, is that over the years they slowly replace people of influence in positions of power, superheroes. So
Right, like the original Spider-Woman, right? She was a member of the Avengers at the time. It turned out was she the Skrull Queen,
Yeah.
actually?
Yeah.
Right, so.
Or no, I don't think she was. Wait, was she the queen?
Veranka or.
Yeah. Unclear. I'm sure someone in the
Unclear.
chat could correct us.
She was a Skrull.
She was a Skrull indeed.
Yeah, but I mean, and Wolverine too, I think, right? There was a Wolverine.
I don't
Skrull.
remember if Wolverine was. There was one who copied his powers, and he had like the gnarly green skin and like big claws.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of these characters could turn out to actually not be who we think they are.
Yeah, they're still introducing cast members on stage right now, talking to Namor. Yeah, this is gonna, like we said, this is the end of Phase 4. So this has to end with a bang, or at least a bunch of question marks to tee up the next now 2 phases that come after it.
I mean, this is like Black Panther was so huge and so important, and it's just like they've got such huge like shoes to fill with this, and they obviously I mean I'm hoping that they've been taking their time and really making sure that this is like a story that's, you know, lives up to the expectations. And I mean clearly they're you know giving it sort of due hype right here, which is cool.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the trailer now.
Yeah.
Oh, trailer. That we don't have. I hope they put it up.
I
That'd
think
be cool.
I would expect we'll get it pretty soon.
I think
it'll be exciting to react to that right here on this stage.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we're able to get that trailer.
Yeah, they're playing the trailer and describing it right now. So, Max, if we want, we can do a little read along until we have something big to look at.
The most thrilling thing you could possibly get here at a Comic-Con is that someone in another room is watching the trailer and they're typing what's happening in the trailer, and then we read that out loud to you.
Should we do that?
After that, we will describe food to you.
Nakia standing on the beach looking sad into the ocean.
There we go.
Shuri in all white, surrounded by tribal dancers. The morning of T'Challa.
Oh my
Nakia gives birth. Namor.
Glimpses.
We're getting it.
Oh, it's glimpses of Namor. I thought he glimpsed something.
Yeah. Maybe
So we're waiting. We're waiting now.
So we will get T'Challa's funeral.
But that's where we're
my
at.
God.
Yeah.
So, wow.
You know, I mean, credit to Marvel for not recasting that role too, right? Like,
Yeah, or I don't know, like just doing something ghoulish with leftover footage.
Right.
You know, who would do such a thing?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Like, what corporation would do that?
Yeah. Cap off a beloved series with just. Anyway.
And
Okay, here's the trailer. Here we go.
Okay.
All right, so she's definitely, this is clearly very somber. Oh man, that's beautiful.
Wow. This is shot so well.
Yeah, this is amazing.
In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say.
So this is, I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over this, but it's definitely like very, very somber.
Yeah.
And it also tells us basically nothing so far, which is fun. Clearly they're, okay, I can understand why they might involve Namor with all the water stuff happening. Stupid question, is Wakanda on the shore? Where is it located geographically?
From what we saw, it was like landlocked.
Yeah, that's what
I don't think it would be.
That's what I always thought. Yeah.
You know, they have the creative freedom to say, oh no, there's some more over here that leads to a body of water. Iron Hearts.
Yeah. This looks like Avatar for a second, Max.
Yeah.
Just for a second, I saw that. Yeah.
I just saw Namor's green swim trunks.
Yeah, we did see his swim trunks.
Oh man, this looks.
Whoa. Wow. Yeah.
This looks badass. Oh. So.
Wait.
Oh.
What?
That was definitely a glimpse of
okay.
a new Black Panther suit.
There's a new Black Panther.
Wow.
Man.
Yo.
Okay. That was it.
Well, okay.
The cast is on stage, hugging and crying. That's a wrap for the panel.
Dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
That really hit me so hard because
Yeah.
you know, we mourned Chadwick Boseman in real life, and we were all kind of wondering how would they handle that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I think the options were that they said they're not going to recast. So I think you either say, you know, Black Panther's still out there somewhere, we're just not going to follow his adventures anymore, or you say that the character passed away as well. And it seems like they are going with that latter route, and to just have that, and what looks like a very beautiful and I'll say tasteful, funeral to send off that character.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
That's a very bold decision for them to make.
Yep.
Now we know the fate of T'Challa in the MCU.
Absolutely.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now what I'm curious about, I'm wondering who that was in the Black Panther suit.
Right.
Obviously, we know Shuri has stepped up to play in the role of Black Panther in the comics, so I'm assuming that's probably the route that they're going to go. It would make the most sense.
Well, we're going to be doing a lot of speculating before November. On that note, we just got a monumental landslide of Marvel announcements, but there's still more Comic-Con on the way. In just a bit, Scott and Nars are going to be talking to the cast of Strange New Worlds, Star Trek, that is. And then coming up next, Sir Patrick Stewart will be joining us on the balcony. More Comic-Con to come. Thanks for watching.
Play.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Star Trek Picard has been a long-awaited reunion for some of the Enterprise's crew, and here to tell us what we have to look forward to in next year's third and final season, Captain Jean-Luc Picard himself, Sir Patrick Stewart, and Dr. Beverly Crusher, Gates McFadden. Welcome, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Now, obviously, the show started off very not like TNG, and now we're seeing the crew kind of reuniting. Can you tell us how it came about, Patrick?
Well, first of all, I'll ask you a question. Were you disappointed it wasn't like TNG?
I love TNG, and I think it's great that we're bringing everyone back. LeVar Burton, we got Jonathan Frank, Rix. I think it's so amazing that you're able to bring all of the characters back, and we get to see Worf again in his old age.
Well, I think it's important to say that the third season is much more than a reunion season.
Definitely.
Much, much more. It's intense, it's personal, it's social, it's family. And it gets very serious.
It does indeed. It's quite an adventure, and it's a brilliant story. How they unfold our getting together and what happens. I was thrilled. I think it's a super season, and I'm sure the fans are going to love it.
Gates, did you ever think you'd come back to Crusher after? I mean, Nemesis was so long ago at this point, right?
Well, I've been wearing my uniform for like 35 years at home, hoping, someone in Gelson's would recognize me. And finally, well, no, I wasn't expecting it, but it was super that it happened, and I loved working with this brilliant actor again, and I just had a fabulous time reunion with the cast.
Honestly, and what do you think is like the biggest danger that Crusher and Picard will face in this season?
Can't tell.
Oh.
We're not really allowed.
Drinking too much alcohol.
Back to 10 forward.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know that there was always a kind of will they, won't they relationship between Crusher and Jean-Luc. And in the season finale of the original show, the series finale, we saw that in a possible future, you had actually married and divorced. So now that we're in the future, in all good things.
All good things. You played the captain. Remember?
Really?
I played the captain too, remember?
Yes, we had two Captain Picards at that point.
Well, here's the thing. I only this morning revealed to Patrick that I was a virgin before this Comic-Con. This was my very first San Diego Comic-Con.
Isn't that amazing?
So, I think that might even change our story, just that knowledge.
What have you been hiding away from, Gates?
You have to watch season 3 to know.
That is a great teaser.
Now, the characters have obviously had a dynamic before. Is that remaining in the final season, or is there going to be like something different?
There is dynamic. It will not be the same as it was.
That's right. Which is great. I mean, we have a great chemistry, and it was so much fun shooting our scenes. Anyway.
Yeah. Has Beverly continued to excel in her career? I mean, one of the things about Dr. Crusher was she was always so dedicated to her friends and her crew and as a physician, but also we knew that there was an ambition there. She eventually became a higher level officer.
I think Beverly is somebody who keeps going forward, who really does want to do good in the world, especially when you realize through the Webb telescope images how vast and unfathomable the universe rather, is. I think she has been exploring a lot of things, and she she is a very intelligent woman, and I think you'll find out she's been doing a lot of things.
She has also been researching and investigating and helping people too, which probably can't be said for all of the Next Generation cast.
Oh, okay.
Well, she's a scientist as well as a doctor, and the Hippocratic Oath is obviously important, but it's unexpected that they get together, but it's quite a story.
Yeah, so we saw little Wesley Crusher all grown up now in last season. Has Dr. Crusher been talking to Wesley this entire time?
Well, my space son, that's what I call Will Wheaton, my space. He calls me his space mom, which is a privilege, He and I are talking all the time, He comes to my birthday parties, whatever. He is a doll, and I'm so happy to have him in my life. But no, I didn't see him on the last season, but you'll have to just see what happens in the third season.
I figure he must still be coming to visit occasionally.
Well,
that's my fan fiction version.
That's a son, I don't know. Do you visit your mom? I mean,
I was just texting her today. I'm going to send her the clip of this interview when we're done. Mr. Stewart, so you alluded to the possibility of some tension, perhaps, among some of the other crew, or was I misreading that?
Yes. No. You're not misreading.
Okay.
Not at all.
Yes. Not no, yes.
I like to take risks, when I talk like this. So yes or no, is up for you to decide. Yes, there is stress in the relationships. And that's, I think, after how many years? 25. 25 years?
Yeah.
That's entirely appropriate. You cannot be confident that you know the same person that you knew all those years ago. And there is nevertheless, there is a tiny little celebratory aspect to it. Not huge, but it's there. And personally, for us, it was wonderful to be on the set again with those actors who played such an important part in our lives 35 years ago. Is extraordinary, and we're all still here.
It's great.
Yeah, so this is the season finale, the series finale, but is it truly the end of TNG of the Next Generation?
Oh, one never knows.
I mean, people love telling pre-stories now, so maybe, maybe I'll have young teenagers playing Jean-Luc Picard, and
Well, we'll have an afterlife story. You never know.
Never know.
Right?
Oh, you mean like where we've gone to?
Might be.
Oh,
The final frontier.
The final frontier.
No, there is no final frontier. I'm sorry. Doesn't exist.
Actually, you did an afterlife story. I don't know if you recall on the old show where your grandmother.
Oh, please. Yes. Yes, with the lamp and the green thing. And wild sex with the lamp, yes. It was memorable.
You do remember it.
It was memorable, yes. And I did work very hard as an actor to justify that sexual encounter with a lamp.
I remember.
Yes,
yeah.
okay.
Yes, I definitely remember that, yeah. Freaks directed that, I think.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yes, yeah.
Oh.
You saved me, darling. Don't tell
did?
me. Yes. Oh.
I was just thinking that must have been a holiday break that I.
No.
I guess not.
Well, thank you so much for coming today. It's been an absolute ball.
Well,
And as always, live long and prosper.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so
Same
much.
to you.
You can find Star Trek Picard exclusively on Paramount Plus, and you can even catch more Star Trek in just a bit when we hang out with the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. But first, we need to stop everything because there's an ice cream truck outside. A Klingon ice cream truck. Dig in.
Yeah.
Kapla!
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here. I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Next year, the crew of Enterprise will boldly go further into the final frontier when Star Trek Strange New Worlds returns for a second season. But right now, they were bold enough to answer some burning questions for me and my first officer, Mr. Scott.
Please welcome Anson Mount, Ethan Peck, Celia Rose Gooding, Christina Chang, and Paul Wesley. Well, we love Strange New Worlds here at IGN, and we want to start just by asking all of you, do you have a highlight from the first season, like a particular moment or scene or line, anything like that?
Yes. My episode 8, the fantasy episode with my dog, Runa. I'm sorry, I can say this a million times, but I was so happy when she was written into the show. I could have just done those 2 scenes for the whole season. I would have been very happy.
I was rewatching the Spock Amok episode, and when you and T'Pring are in your quarters, and Pike says, "Get out of town," and you say, "We are not in a town." Oh yeah, kills me every time. The delivery of "We are not in a town" is so funny to me. So that's definitely a highlight.
Yeah, putting on the costumes for episode 8 was just so cool with my billowing hair.
Your Fabio Spock hair.
Yeah, it was great. I love that.
Just that episode, just improving and taking the absolute piss out of Babs. Could not keep a straight face.
Oh, that was fun.
He breaks so easy, man. And
yeah.
Just, for whatever reason, my character just broke him up. I played that for all it was worth.
How about you, Paul?
Yeah, that episode for me. No, I wasn't. I was only in 4 scenes, so all of those were very special to me, obviously. So I'll leave it at that. Although I do like that one line in that episode, in the finale, where Pike says, "Would you like some coffee?" And you say, "I do not drink coffee." And then he said, "Would you like some tea?" Or no, I drink tea. And he goes, "Would you like some tea?" No. Thank you. That was great.
Well, Paul, you are obviously in the final episode of season 1. Kind of talk to us a little bit about the dynamic between Pike and Kirk. Like, are we going to be able to see a mentor-mentee relationship develop out of that?
Yeah, I mean, anything you saw in the finale is kind of, it's strangely not applicable because it's an alternate timeline future. So when we meet Kirk again in season 2, it's not, there's no memory. He's meeting Pike for the first time. I think he's a young lieutenant. He's not a captain. He doesn't have that, formidable, Shatner-esque quality yet. And I think that he does take some mentorship, and he has a high degree of respect for Pike, for sure. Absolutely.
Christina, where are you when season 2 starts? You left the Enterprise. Are you hanging out with this guy?
I mean, listen, I can say that I have worked with Paul Wesley, and that it's very hard to work with him.
It is.
In a way, in a good way. Like he makes me laugh. So it's just look at him and he makes me laugh. I don't know what it is about
we go
your
into
face.
overtime. I don't know what it is about your funny face. Ay, ay, ay.
No, but I mean, listen, La'an is, we know that she's gone off to try and find Oriana's parents. So she is in season 2. And that storyline kind of continues in a way. And yeah, she sees Pike. Kirk. Sorry, and Pike. She sees Kirk and Pike at different times. At different times.
That's true.
At different places in space.
Well, it's science fiction, so.
Yeah, exactly.
And not to pollute the mood too much, but I definitely wanted to ask you, Celia, how did Uhura come to terms with the death of Hemmer?
Oh gosh, that's a fantastic question. I don't think she has. Mourning is a very complex, tangled, sticky experience, and untangling grief is not something that's done overnight. And she, of course, has this incredible crew that she leans on when she needs to. But I think in season 2, we see her sort of begin to look at the knot that is the grief that she's experiencing after losing her family and losing Hemmer. Loss has a funny way of really forcing you to look at the people around you and say, who can I lean on when I know that I'm fragile within myself and can't lean on the things that I've built up within myself. So myself, Uhura. Yeah, she'll be okay, but she has to get through a couple of things first.
Anson, is Pike, is he at peace now with his future? A lot of season 1 was about him coping with the idea that maybe he could change things. Does he know what's going to happen, and is he just ready for it?
I think so. Yeah, I think that it's one thing to say you've accepted your future, and it's another thing to actually accept it, which I think was his arc in season 1. And now he's in a place where it's like when you meet some people with a terminal diagnosis, they will tell you, I've never felt more alive, right? And I think he's now in that place, and is going to be a more fully realized version of himself moving forward.
Absolutely. Chong, I actually want to ask you a question. Did La'an learn to have fun by playing Enterprise Bingo?
I think she did, in her own way. Even the fact that signing the Scorch scene with Una at the end of that episode, she cracked a smile for the first time, and that's huge for her to even crack a smile, So I think she did in her own way, but she's still got a long way to go.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan, Spock really kind of lost control there in the well, actually, when related to Hemmer's death. Are we going to continue to see that struggle, and is that a natural evolution of getting him to eventually the Nimoy Spock?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll see Spock, I know that you will see Spock explore his human side more. And in a way that will then ultimately sort of affect his more immediate relationships in a really fun and interesting way, I hope, for viewers. But yeah, we'll see that carry on. And it's definitely a part of his evolution to becoming who he is. He needs to know himself more deeply as a human in order to become the Spock that Leonard Nimoy portrays in the original series.
Sure.
Speaking of Leonard Nimoy, Paul, we actually have a present for you considering it's your birthday. On Thursday.
It has to do with Leonard Nimoy?
No, but it has to. Yeah. So on Thursday, the original Captain Kirk, William Shatner, was here, and we had him actually react to your debut episode.
Oh,
I want to show you that right now. So it's Kirk reacting to Kirk, reacting to Kirk.
I heard about this.
Oh, wait.
Meta.
They might think we're just a reflection, echoes on their sensors. That way we won't lose them while we wait to hear back from Starfleet.
Used to have those sideburns, right? I don't think he has them.
Maybe he's not James T. Kirk.
Oh.
He is. He's young and handsome and thin.
Yeah.
And rich. So,
was Captain Kirk rich?
Rich in experience, and lovely women, and
What did you think of Paul's performance? Do you think he's got it?
Brilliant performance, a brilliant performer, a guy who's going to go very far.
Is he as handsome as the original Captain Kirk?
I don't remember.
I saw William Shatner probably prior to this interview, and I paid him off to say that. Yeah. I slipped him a couple $100, so that's
well, you're
how it
rich.
worked out. Yeah. He's so you know, I saw him Thursday for the handprint ceremony. I gave a speech, and you know, he's just really, truly. I couldn't be more thankful for his support. It really means a lot.
Thank you so much, guys. There's lots more Strange New Worlds in store for next year, exclusively on Paramount+. Stick around because there's tons more IGN at Comic-Con ahead. We'll be right back after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Yes. Well, folks, IGN Live at Comic-Con is coming to a close, but first, we thought we'd take a quick look back at some of our favorite things at this year's jam-packed Comic-Con, and I'll start with mine, the Dragon Ball Super Hero panel in Hall H. What about yours, Nars?
I finally got to meet Sir Patrick Stewart, and I
Yes.
think I almost lost it because I was like, I'm in the presence of a knight. This was great. I got happy.
That was so amazing to watch because I
Yeah.
know like how much that means to you and how geeked out you were. And that was your first time in Hall H, right, Akeem?
Yeah, my first time in Hall H. It was great seeing both the sub and dub actors of Piccolo meet for the first time.
It's all about
epic
dreams
experience.
coming true here at Comic-Con. That's the best part about it.
Yeah, what about you, Max?
The Shazam trailer, and also just getting to interview the cast. Like that first one is so much fun. I feel like it's a deeply underrated DC movie. Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, they clearly are having a great time with that, and it's also, I don't know, it's got Helen Mirren as a supervillain. I'm into that.
It's also like Shazam was here, and backstage he had like a boombox, and he was just walking around drinking a beer and just blasting music, and he just brought the party with him. He brought the whole energy.
The kids that he stars with, he's like more of a teenager than they are. They're like show up and they're like, well, I was really excited to play, return to this franchise, this real thrill. And he's like, I had a good time. I got to fight Helen Mirren. You're like, all right, Zach, calm down.
They did a super fun like live reaction to this trailer where they were just like garbage can, car, tree, building.
Those things can go either way. Like to be like, hey, we have this trailer. Can you all, like, there's 6 of you here. Can you just shout over it? And most, like, we've had people be like, I don't know what to say here. And they just like completely hand it up. And it was a good time, you know?
Yeah, this movie looks like a blast.
Yeah, I'm excited.
No, it really does. What about you, Brian?
I got to talk to the cast of Prey up here with Max, and I really love that movie. It totally kicks ass. I'm a huge fan of the original Predator. This has been kind of like a secret hidden Predator movie for a while, and it's just called Prey. It's got the same font. I love it. The cast was awesome. The whole story about it's really, really cool. It's just like, I don't want to spoil anything. All I'll say is just, like, if you like the original Predator, this one is damn near close to that. It's like, it's up there, right, Max?
Yeah, no, he was saying that it's got some like Fury Road inspiration, and that is extremely on point because it is just like, it's lean, like it just hits the ground running and it doesn't stop. It's like 80 minutes long or something, and it's just, you're kind of like, what do we have in here? And there's setup and there's stuff gets established, but it just starts kicking ass and doesn't really stop.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for this too. Jealous you guys have seen it already because I also love the original Predator. And I love the franchise in general, but let's be honest, not all the movies are as good as the original.
It's pretty rocky.
But it sounds like they really hit on something with this one, finally.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, I'm a huge Predator fan as well. More so of a huge Danny Glover fan.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, I'll watch anything that he's in.
He's not in this one.
Yeah.
Because it's set in 1750.
Like any of his ancestors, maybe? I don't know.
That would be pretty weird if he just sort of showed up and he's got that. There's that one scene in Predator 2 where he like walks out, he just like angrily puts on a little hat, and it's not in any other part of the movie, and you're just like, all right,
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but Danny Glover is not in this movie.
You can spoil that.
To the 1700s or whatever.
And finally, hey, David.
Hey, hi.
What about you?
I'm a big action movie fan. I gotta go with John Wick Chapter 4 teaser trailer. It's pretty short. It's like 60 seconds long, but man, just like the full movies, that 60 seconds is just packed with action scenes, great kill gags. At one point, I think he uses an incendiary shotgun blast at point blank on a guy, and Brian, it's just like in Resident Evil. When you do that to a zombie, you just burst into flames.
Oh, I love it.
Can't wait. That one's coming next year. I just hope they keep making John Wick movies as long as Keanu Reeves can.
Yeah, as long as he's physically able to beat people up, then he should keep doing it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I'm hoping they make a John Wick universe. Is that even possible?
I mean, they already have. They've established there's all these assassins living there. You know, it could be one in the room with us right now. Who knows?
Ooh. Speaking of, you know what? Look, we had the Hall H panel. I got to bring this up. Like that. I think that was all of our favorites.
Yeah,
the Marvel
for
one,
sure.
yeah.
The Marvel. Yeah, the
Marvel
Marvel.
panel was
Hall H.
insane.
They had some great announcements there. We now know the name of the upcoming Daredevil series. Daredevil is Reborn.
Born Again.
Born Again.
It's based on like,
Revival.
It's based on like the sort of Frank Miller run that really kind of established Daredevil as like a character that people were like really into. If you haven't read that, that's a super. They've sort of already told that story in the Netflix show, but like. I don't know. They throw those names around. It's fun. It's cool. I don't know. It's also fitting.
Well, I wonder if they'll do Elektra then.
Oh, yeah.
Since Frank Miller also worked with Elektra too. So.
Well, they had that Phase 6 JPEG that was basically just like the Fantastic Four logo and then like 15
Nothing
blank
else
spots.
after that.
Nothing
Just
left
release
there.
dates. So you know them around what month to be free in case you have to watch something either on TV or in a theater. So.
Looking at all that, I legit forgot what year it was. Not that I'm great at remembering that in general, but like I was just like, I checked my watch, which isn't a great place to find the year to begin with. But I don't know. It's weird to be like, what are we doing in December 2025? I don't know at that far. That's like Phase 6. That's wild.
Yeah, you just got to mark your calendar. And also, we finally got the Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever trailer. It was beautiful from what we saw here on the show. I'm 100% looking forward to that. November can't come any sooner. Well, you know what? Here we are at the end of the show. That just about wraps it up for us here for IGN's coverage of San Diego Comic-Con live show. Now, I cannot believe how many awesome guests and surprises and sheer amounts of chaos we had up in here this entire weekend.
Yes, and from the bottom of our hearts, we want to thank every single person who tuned in to watch this live show and come and hang out. And thank you to every person who graced our stage and made this show so fun. And of course, a huge thank you to everyone who worked on this show in camera, behind the scenes. You guys,
love y'all.
We love you guys so much.
Love y'all.
Give it up for the crew.
Love y'all. Speaking.
You guys are awesome.
Look at them. Look at those beautiful people.
There we go.
Beautiful people. They made all this happen.
They didn't sleep.
They made all this happen. They made you laugh. They made you cry. They brought it all together. Now speaking.
They made that Bill Murray.
Yeah, they made that Bill Murray, that frightening MODOK picture that y'all saw earlier.
Maybe don't clap for that part.
Don't clap for that. Although I thought it was pretty cool.
I thought it was
loved
hilarious.
And speaking of cool stuff, next month IGN will be heading to Germany to bring you live coverage from Gamescom 2022, brand new trailers, gameplay interviews, and more. So mark your calendars because there's so much more IGN Live heading your way very soon.
Yes. Until then, there's still a full day of Comic-Con happening tomorrow, and we'll have folks on the ground of the show floor covering news and panels. So be sure to check out IGN.com for more.
Yes, but for now, from all of us here at IGN, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you very soon. Good night, everybody.
Hey!
Good night.
We did it.
Good night.
We made a Comic-Con. Woo!
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here. I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
you